Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. 5 minutes after 5. I just want to get you guys all set up here. Hope everyone is having just a great Wednesday evening now. We're getting very close to that weekend as Hump Day is already here. Do want to show you Dave Muncie already breaking down the weather across the nation, happening right now on Fox 10 Phoenix on air.
John, pay attention. Carrie, just enjoy this.
Lock and load, and so am I right now.
Jude, if you're watching, there you go as well. Here we go. We're zooming right in on Charlotte. We're going to end up there on Friday. Boom! Wow, look at that.
Oh,
there you
great
see.
start, Dave.
Yeah,
Thanks.
there's Friday.
Well, John and Jude
early
can
in the
handle
day.
rain.
Take a look. Here we go. We go further into the day Friday, and now we scoot into Saturday. There's some snow around, you can see, but it's not in there. There's a possibility. The forecast right now is 1 to 3 inches of snow on Saturday in Charlotte. But take a look at what happens here. It clears off. And then look at this. This is your Sunday forecast. Lots of sunshine for you, 46 degrees. Game time temperature, however, John, Jude, 37 degrees. Going to need those long johns.
Chilly but clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. And we in Arizona are going to enjoy that game, basking in temperatures around the mid-60s, somewhere in there.
That'll be great. So bring your long, bring your long underwear,
Don't
John.
suffer too much. All right. Wow. All right. Good stuff. Thank you, Dave. All right, let's talk about the big game coming up on Sunday. It is really a battle in a lot of ways between two quarterbacks, two very different quarterbacks.
And after what the team was capable of doing to Seattle last week, a lot of Cardinals fans are nervous. Can we pull out a victory? Jude LaCava with the latest.
Yeah, you know, when you look at it, Kerry and John, two quarterbacks at two very different stages of their career. Cam Newton, just his 5th year in the league. He's only 26 years of age. Carson Palmer, 36 years old, 13 years in the league. But, of course, both quarterbacks want the same destination.
All right, so getting very close to Sunday. That's going to be a big, obviously, day here at Fox 10 because Fox 10, well, we are airing the game. John Hook and Jude will be at the game in Charlotte. And we got a special programming note for News Now. I will be here on Sunday, happening at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock Mountain Time. Come and join. We'll do a little pregame. And then once the game gets going, obviously we can't stream the game. But when the game gets going, we'll shut down the stream and then come back for a halftime show. And then hopefully a post-game celebration for the Cardinals going to Super Bowl 50. That's happening this Sunday, 3 o'clock Mountain Time. Be here. Fox 10 News Now. We're going to get you guys all caught up on that great stuff of everything Cardinals. It's going to be a great Cardinals pregame show. And then we could all watch the game and then come back for halftime and talk about it. So we'll have a lot of great conversations up. It'll be great. Looking forward to that with you guys coming up on Sunday. All right, moving on here, guys. I do want to get to some news here. And earlier today, our vice president was at an economic forum. So we're going to take that right now.
Global destiny. So we are very eager to hear from you. And I should maybe add one personal remark. I know, Mr. Vice President, you are sometimes called the leader or the vice president who represents the middle of society. And just to make reference to the book, which you all have, and also to our discussion, which we had at dinner 2 days ago, the fourth industrial revolution has one big challenge. It is the holding out of the middle class, which is a pillar of our democracies. So without further ado, please give a big hand to the Vice President of the United States, Joe Biden, and I should say his wife, Jill Biden, Dr. Biden. I have great admiration for you, what you are doing to keep education alive also for those who need it most, I think is most remarkable. Thank you.
Mr. President, I want to thank you again for your hospitality. When I landed at the airport, you were kind enough to be there, and we got a chance to speak. And I want to again publicly thank you for the incredible help your government has been in getting our people out of Iran. And we owe you a debt of gratitude. Thank you. And Christine, before you leave, I may have to borrow some money if you're available. Every time I see Christine, excuse me, the president of the IMF, every time I see her, she looks at me and says, I know Greece, I know Ukraine. I'm always calling her, and but this time for a personal loan. We can talk about it later. But you're doing a fabulous, fabulous, fabulous job. I really mean it. Thank you so much. You've never had more on your plate. The IMF had never had more on its plate than it does right now. And I think you're doing it, presumptuous of me to say, but I think you're doing a fabulous job. And Dr. Schwab, when we had dinner the other night, you and your wife, I asked you whether you ever anticipated 22 years ago, when you started this group, that it would ever grow as large and as consequential as it's become. I have made nine other trips to participate, and I've really resented the hell out of the fact Barack wouldn't let me come until tonight. I'm only joking about that. That's a joke. But I think this is, quite frankly, a more convenient fora than the United Nations to meet with world leaders and business leaders. And it's a great opportunity to get an awful lot done. I've been asked to speak about this year's topic, and Dr. Schwab, I'm flattered you'd asked me to keynote. There's an expression in my old neighborhood back in the United States. This may be above my pay grade. It's not above yours, though. You've written extensively on the topic that you've asked me to speak to, mastering the fourth industrial revolution. This fora defines that as change fueled by a digital revolution. Technologies emerging and intersecting at exponential speed and scale, dramatically increasing and improving productivity and economic growth, and creating, God willing, better jobs and entirely new industries. But there are two questions, it seems to me, that we have to address forthrightly at the outset. First, will this revolution actually transform the global economy? And secondly, if it does, will it be for the better or for worse for humanity as a whole? On the first question, there are some serious experts, some of you in the audience, who say that the technological advances we see are impressive, but mostly inconsequential to the overall economy. Some of you argue that they won't lead to greater productivity or better jobs or wages for workers. For developed countries, the argument goes, a sluggish economic growth will be the new normal. And so get used to it. But I think those who have that view are mistaken. I think we're already seeing how digital advances are not only impressive, but also consequential for all of our economies. Automated warehouses and assembly lines drastically improve productivity. Ride-sharing companies employ tens of thousands of new people. I met with the CEO today of one of those companies saying he's going to add 2 million new jobs this year, allowing them freedom to work as many hours as they wish, manage their own lives as they wish. Yesterday, I met with the world's leading cancer specialists assembled here at Davos to talk about how we all agreed we're at an inflection point in the fight against cancer. We're on the cusp of many new and anticipated breakthroughs enabled by enormous advances in computing power, big data sharing in real time, 1 billion calculations per second, that allow for early diagnosis, vaccines on the horizon to potentially prevent cancer, personalized life-saving treatments, bringing us one step closer to ending cancer as we know it. On the second question, I believe on balance, these transformations are changes for the good for average people around the world. They bring exciting new choices to consumers, new kinds of jobs, hopefully, that are good paying for workers. Market makes services more affordable. Astounding breakthroughs in science that are going to save lives, and physical sciences that will unleash entire new industries. But these changes come with real peril, and they require us to be proactive at the front end of this. For how will the warehouse worker who used to ship your order, or the salesman who used to take it, now make a living when he or she is no longer needed in that venture? Does greater work flexibility mean fewer worker protections? What are the consequences, practical and moral, of scientific advances that allow us to manipulate the building blocks of life itself, to cure defects and diseases in utero? And will that medical science and capability be available?
We're going to pause this for 1 second because it looks like Air Force One is about to take off in some really rough weather. Look at the snow coming down. This is actually President Obama arriving at Joint Base Andrews. A really cool shot there. Look at that snow come down, folks. Wow.
To all people, because the cost is consequential. Will we end up creating more of a two-tiered society than exists today? The point I'd like to make tonight is that these perils exist regardless of what we call this digital revolution, and regardless of whether you think it will be, on the whole, transformative for the economy or not. For I believe the underlying question for world leaders, civil society, academia, the media, for all of us, goes to what President Obama and I was referenced by Klaus a moment ago, to what we believe is the defining challenge of our time. And that is, how do we ensure wide access to a middle class, which is being hollowed out in the 21st century? It is true, as some of the American press here know, in the United States I'm referred to as middle-class Joe. In Washington, that's not meant as a compliment. It means I'm not sophisticated. But I'm not making a populist case. This is not about class warfare. It's about the shared economic well-being and global security. It's something we should all care about, and that we can all do something about. Let me start by defining what I believe to be middle class. I have a number of really bright economists who work for me. When I first got to the White House, I'd say middle class, they'd say, in American terms, $50,240 or $51,500. It's not a number. It's a value set. It's an idea. It's a belief in possibilities. I've spent a lot of time with President Xi of China because he and President Hu and President Obama early on, when he was vice president, suggested we should get to know one another. So according to our staffs, I've had 24, 25 hours of private dinners with him. He's a very bright and determined guy. We were sitting in Chengdu 2 years ago, and he looked at me and said, "Can you define for me America?" And I said, "Yes, I can do it in one word. But I can actually define middle class in one word. Possibilities. It's about possibilities. The possibility of achieving a decent life and the dignity and respect that comes with a good job, that it's possible for anyone willing to work hard to achieve it. My dad, who is a gracious gentleman, having been displaced in the 50s after World War II because industry died where we were living in northeast Pennsylvania, and it was growing in southeast Pennsylvania and Delaware. I had to go looking for a better job. And my siblings and I heard from our entire years of growing up, he would say, "Joey, a job is about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about your self-worth. It's about your place in the community. And it matters. It matters." Because he believed, as most of you do, that every single human being is entitled to be treated with dignity and be given an opportunity. There used to be a basic bargain in industrial countries for the last 100 years or so. If you contributed to the success and profitability of the enterprise with which you worked, you got to share in the profitability. You got to share in the benefits. That bargain has been broken through no fault of any single enterprise or any segment of society, but it has been broken. There's a gap. The last 4 decades is growing between productivity and wages. That's real. Resulting, at least in my country and some of yours, in stagnation. And the reason I talk so much about the middle class is I firmly believe that a thriving and growing middle class has been the main reason for economic stability, political stability, and social stability in our democracies. It is the fiber that holds us together. When the middle class does well, the wealthy do very well, and the poor have a ladder up. That's been the case not only in my country, but all around the world for generations. And in those societies where there has been no worker protections, no access to education, no rule of law to confront corruption, no courts of law to adjudicate contract disputes, it has been very difficult to generate a thriving middle class, and therefore they have not generated thriving economies. I'll mention this a little bit later, but it all comes back to countries and companies giving people a fighting chance to get into the middle class, to still believe in possibilities. Many of you believe that the reason for a hollowing out of the middle class has been the rapid globalization and skill-based change, which is true. It's contributed. Both of which have resulted in declines of organized labor, bargaining capability, and quite frankly, changes in corporate governance. In the United States, I come from the corporate capital of the world, Delaware. More corporations are incorporated in my state than any other state in the United States of America. I've watched the change. There's nothing benevolent about it, but there's real change in corporate culture. The fundamental change that has been taking place over the last 4 decades is a divergence between productivity and wages, at least in my country. For after World War II to the mid-70s, productivity and wages moved in lockstep. That began to change in the mid-70s. Over the last 4 decades, we've seen wages not keep up with productivity. The result is paychecks have stagnated despite rising national income and advances in technology. And I would argue in all of our countries has generated some political unrest and given voice to political elements that heretofore had not had much credence. So I say to all of you tonight that the digital revolution has the potential to exacerbate this breakdown and further hollow out the middle class, not just in America, but around the world. Automation might mean higher paying jobs for the manager of the trucking company with driverless trucks, but tens of thousands of truckers will be without a job. Where are the new enterprises? And I'm here to flatly state that I hope what you all believe, that it's our responsibility, like those who've gone before us, like what's been done in every previous revolution, to bend these changes to the benefit of society, to make sure the digital revolution creates far more winners than losers. And that's not self-evident at this moment, at least in my view. That's what we've done in previous eras of technological change. But it's my instinct it may be harder in this fourth revolution. We've seen technological advances before. A steam engine, assembly lines, computing, so many I could name in the three previous industrial revolutions. In each of these revolutions, produced displaced workers and produced demands for new worker protections and fundamentally rewrote the rules of the marketplace. But out of each of these revolutions, there was an overall net economic positive impact on societies. Hand loom weavers, whose livelihoods were destroyed by factories and the loom, eventually ended up working in those factories, often earning higher wages, and because of societal intervention, with greater protections, environmentally and on work conditions. The blacksmith who used to mold horseshoes began to mold frames for automobiles. Tractors made agriculture more efficient. The kid who grew up on the farm went to work in the local automobile assembly line or to college or moved to the city, became a doctor, a lawyer, a teacher, small business owner. And as industries grew in my country, at least, if I can speak to with more authority, we made a commitment to universal high school education and improved access to college at the turn of the 20th century. They've had profound impacts on productivity, innovation, and entrepreneurship. They all soared. The public's moral outrage against child labor, toxic working conditions also led government to act to set up prohibitions against child labor, protections for fair labor standards, workplace safety, minimum hours, or maximum hours you could work. That's how government played a role in molding these technological change into a higher standard of living for a vast majority of people around the world. Yet, there were disruptions, dislocations, but on the whole, people who lost their jobs found new ones in industries, new industries with protections that hadn't existed before. What are those industries going to be in 2020? What are they going to be in 2025? Will they absorb all the dislocated workers that you write about in the book, your new book, Klaus? Will they be absorbed? One area I think we can pretty well count on there'll be absorption at similar or higher wages will be in the energy industry. We're in the midst of a clean energy and technological revolution. It's increased solar electricity generation 30-fold, created just in my country 170,000 new jobs, more to come. We tripled wind, electrical power, energy enough for 16 million homes. Now we have coal, we have wind and solar reaching the kilowatt cost for coal and oil. It's going to generate a whole new demand for several million new workers in my country and around the world, with high wages and protections. But what else? What are the other new industries that will be spawned by this fourth revolution? I'm just a plain old politician. I run for public office. I try very hard to keep contact with my constituencies for real. And people who are much less sophisticated than those assembled in this room, they worry about the answer to that question. They worry. It's true, all of us in this room are probably going to be fine. But while we'll be fine, we need an environment in the wake of this revolution where everyone has a chance to be part of the mix. And it's not so self-evident exactly how to do that. So we're faced with the same question. How do we guarantee there's net benefit for humanity with an increase in standard of living as a consequence of the changes that some of you, maybe this is a room that this comment wouldn't apply, but where most people can't even imagine. We're going to be flying subsonically at 22,000 miles an hour before long. We're going to be seeing breakthroughs that were absolutely, totally, thoroughly unimaginable a year ago. My guess is that this revolution is going to require governments to refocus on core obligations and international corporations to take a hard look at their corporate culture, with the recognition that their obligation goes beyond their shareholders, to workers and to communities, like it used to. In my country, there's been an emergence about 8 years ago of a phrase, job creators. The job creators today are thought, many in my country, as the stockholders. What about the woman on the assembly line making the product? What about the salesperson who sells the automobile or the refrigerator or the product made? What about all those people in the chain? They used to be job creators and viewed that way. There used to be, Mr. President, a sense of obligation to communities. It's not that corporate America or international corporations are bad. They're not. Things have changed. Short-termism is the order of the day. As I said, I know, like many of you assembled here, a significant number of presidents of the Fortune 500 companies. I remember standing on a platform, taking the train from my home constituency in Wilmington, Delaware in 2008, and the chairman of the board of one of the major corporations in America on the platform going to New York. The same moment, the trains are within 2 minutes of one another. And I know this gentleman. I don't want to embarrass him because I haven't gotten permission to use his name. But I said, how are you, John? And he said, fine. I said, where are you going? He said, I'm going to New York. I'm going to meet with some sniveling little guy on Wall Street who's going to tell me that I have to increase profitability in the next quarter or I will be downgraded. So it's going to require me to make, and he then started naming short-term decisions that were not in the interest of the long-term interest of his company. Now, a lot of you corporate leaders don't like me saying that, but you know it's true. It's not the sole problem. It may not even be the major problem. I'm going to be somewhat presumptuous. And I think there are at least 5 guideposts, 5 things we should be preparing to do now. Follow through on to take control of this revolution. There are many more than I'm going to name, I expect, and some of you may have better ideas. But In order to expand middle class opportunities for workers, I think it's going to require governments, corporations, and civil society to make some of these changes. First, there is a need worldwide for an increase in access to affordable education and job training. It is more needed today than ever in our history. Cognitive capability, as opposed to brawn, is the means by which you can climb that ladder into the middle class. When I say education, I'm talking about education that is early, lifelong, affordable, and accessible.
All right, folks, we're going to pause this event to go to a live event happening right now.
Hillary Clinton is solid. Despite blows from the opposition, she has always remained strong and standing true to her ideals, and she is determined to do what is right. Hillary is the most qualified, and she has the most experience. She's done it all. I mean, she's been a lawyer, she's been a mother, a grandmother, first lady, senator, secretary of state, you name it. But think about this. If you were a manager, wouldn't you want to hire someone that cares for your business, someone that will look for your best interest, and someone who has the experience? That is why it is important we win this. Think about what happens if we do not. If we win Iowa, we will win the nation. As a person, Hillary has inspired people like me. And as a woman, she has inspired my sister to work hard and believe she is capable to do anything. And I think it's a sure darn time that we have a Madam President in the White House. Now, 1, 2, 3, repeat after me. Go Hillary! Go Hillary! 1, 2, 3. Go Hillary! 1, 2, 3.
What is a fighter? To me, a fighter is someone who won't give up.
To me, a fighter is someone who's passionate about what they believe in and that will make a difference in people's lives.
Before Secretary of State, Senator, First Lady of the country. She was just a caring, young, bright, creative student who cared about children and those left behind. Hillary came to work for the Children's Defense Fund when we were a fledgling, beginning organization.
The children I met lived harsh lives. It was so overwhelming because people were being treated like they weren't even full human beings.
There are no miracles in all this. It's hard work. It's sticking with it. It's perseverance. And over the years, she has made a cumulative, I think, significant impact for children.
In September 1995, I was at the UN conference on Beijing.
The history of women has been a history of silence.
Many people in our own government and our Congress did not want me to go to Beijing, but you don't shy away from confronting human rights abuses.
It is a violation of human rights when babies are denied food or drowned or suffocated simply because they are born girls.
The entire conference hall exploded in this energy and enthusiasm.
Human rights are women's rights, and women's rights are human rights once and for all.
Hearing the words that she spoke, she taught me that there were no limits to what I could achieve.
Bill asked me to lead up our efforts to try to see if we couldn't get quality, affordable health care for every American.
Now is our chance to beat the historical odds and give the American people the health security they need.
We worked really hard. We weren't successful. I was really disappointed But you have to get up off the floor and you keep fighting. So I got to thinking, let's see what we can do to help kids.
You want universal health care for children. You seem to be swimming against the tide.
Well, that's because I think the tide is not going in the right direction. I was very proud when the Children's Health Insurance Program passed.
We have reports this morning that a plane has crashed.
I'm very proud of being part of the recovery work at Ground Zero.
One of the firefighters just said to me, you know, Senator, please, please don't let anybody forget what happened here, and don't let anyone forget us.
I was so overcome by their courage and their compassion. I knew that I had to also pay attention to what happened to those brave men and women.
She stood up day in and day out, fighting for our medical treatment. It has made a huge difference in my life.
Ladies and gentlemen, U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton.
I was a Foreign Service officer for 26 years. The fact that she was willing to work for a former rival, President Obama, restored my faith in the political process.
He won and I lost, and then he asked me to be Secretary of State. And I agreed for the same reason. We both love our country.
She was the most dogged, determined Secretary of State I think I've ever seen. She mended relationships with countries that had been frayed. But she didn't just fight for American values abroad. She fought for the families who served the State Department. Secretary Clinton is exactly that kind of fighter.
Everyone deserves a chance to live up to his or her God-given potential. That's the dream we share. That's the fight we must wage.
You know, my dad, the son of a factory worker, could start a small business. My mom, who never got to go to college, could see her daughter go to college.
Everyday Americans and their families need a champion who will fight for them every single day. And I want to be that champion. I want to get up every single day, going to work for you, standing up for you. And I think by now people know I don't quit.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Secretary Hillary Clinton.
Thank you. Wow, thanks so much. Thank you all. Thank you. Hello, Burlington. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Wow. It's great being back here. Thank you all for coming out tonight. Being part of this amazing process, I'm really grateful to you. And before I get started with my remarks about what I think is at stake in this election and what I think you should be considering as you make up your mind once and for all and go out and caucus on February 1st, I just want to say thank you. You know, coming here as I did again, starting last April, I've had the opportunity to talk with and listen by now to thousands of Iowans, and you have impressed upon me all of your concerns, your hopes, some of your worries, some of the challenges that you and your families, your businesses, your schools, your communities are facing, but also this sense of positive possibility about what we can do if we start working together again. You've certainly informed me, made me a better candidate, given me a lot more to think about than I even had before I started. And I believe, thanks to you, I will be a better president. Someone who really understands firsthand from you what we need to do in our country.
So I wanted to start by saying thank you. Thank you for all you have meant to me. Now, I know that there are a lot of you that have already made up your minds, and I thank you for that. I want to thank Zach, who came out and introduced me. He's one of my active, enthusiastic, young volunteers. And I want to thank all the precinct captains who are here. Well, everybody's already a precinct captain or a precinct team member. Just know, raise your hand. I want to thank you all so much for being part of this. It's great. And I know that you have already, many of you, had a chance to meet with our two organizers, Adine, who Zach mentioned, and Sarah. They have been working so hard, and I want you to do whatever they ask you to do in the next days leading up to the caucus. I'm thrilled that I have this opportunity to talk with you tonight, and I would love to, if we have time, to take some questions. But I want to start by stating the obvious. The stakes in this election are so high. You know, every election's important, but you're going to be the first people in the world who get to decide who the Democratic nominee for president should be. And there are a lot of folks in our own country and in many others who are watching closely because it matters not just to us, but it matters to the world. Who walks into that White House on January 20th, 2017? And so it's now time for Iowans to really consider carefully who is prepared, ready, able to do the job that waits. Now, some of it we already know is going to have to be tackled, or at least I will tackle it, to get the economy going and growing, to provide more jobs with good incomes for more people in America. I will be prepared also for what might face us starting then around the world, because we have to continue to try to make the world a more peaceful, secure, prosperous place. So you have to decide who can do the job, because it really is selecting both a president and a commander-in-chief. Those are equally important. They have different parts of this very overwhelming, in some ways, job that we ask one person to do. But that's why we spend our time meeting with you, answering your questions, to try to give you a feel for who would be the best person at this moment to lead our country. I come to this campaign, and I would come to the presidency with a lifetime of service, experience, and a vision about where our country should be in the 21st century. I feel passionately about this because I know how blessed I am that I was born in this country to wonderful parents who gave me a great start in life. I went to wonderful public schools with teachers that inspire me to this day. I had the opportunity to go to college, which my mother never had. And then I chose to go to law school and paid my way through because my father couldn't afford that. So I feel like an extraordinary, lucky person. But I also know that everything I took advantage of, all the hard work of my dad, who was a small businessman, all the sacrifice of so many in his generation, he was in the Navy during World War II, the hard life my mom had, but the loving home she created. I know that you cannot take anything for granted. Everybody has to always keep trying to make it better for those who come after. And that's why when I left law school, I went to work for the Children's Defense Fund, as you saw in the video, because I knew there were a lot of kids in every part of our country who didn't have anywhere near the blessings and opportunities that I did. So I bring a perspective to this campaign, and I would bring it to the White House that motivates me to know I have to do everything possible to make progress for people in our country who deserve a president who is on your side, who fights for you, fights for your families, fights for the best in our nation. And I bring a record of having done that. You saw some of it again in the video. I know what it's like to be knocked down but not knocked out. I've had a few hard times. I don't know anybody in this audience who hasn't had their own share. But I've learned, and I give my mom the credit for this, that it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. And I've gotten back up time and time and time again. Because I believe that we all have an opportunity to try to keep going and to help others along the way. So when we didn't get the health care reform back in 93, 94, it would have been easy to quit, but I didn't. I said, look, we've got millions of kids who have no insurance, and you know, if kids don't get their health care early on in their lives, that can have lifelong consequences. You all know that. So we got the Children's Health Insurance Program, which now covers 8 million kids. And we worked to reform the foster care and adoption system when I was First Lady, because again, as an advocate for kids, I saw the terrible situation so many foster kids found themselves in. And I needed an ally in the Congress. And I went to one of the toughest, most partisan Republicans there was, Tom DeLay. And I said to him, I know you care about foster kids. So do I. Will you work with me to try to improve their lives, to try to make it possible for more of them to get adopted, to have a permanent home? He kind of paused. He said, well, what do you want to do? And I said, well, I want you to come to a meeting at the White House and let's work together. I didn't call a press conference and say, oh, I've got Tom DeLay coming. I said, let's just start working together. Let's see what we can do to help these kids. Maybe it's the only thing, and it was, the only thing we'll ever work on together. But think of the difference we might make. And we did. So we passed laws, the Safe Families and Adoption Act, which has increased the number of kids being adopted out of foster care and provided more support for them. And that's what I mean when I say you've got to keep going. You've got to find common ground. And you've got to help people be able to have what they need to make the most out of their own lives. You saw a little bit about what I did as senator after 9/11. I can't even describe to you what that was like. Words really fail me still today, all these years later. But to go to where we were attacked the next day and see what had been done to our country was devastating. But we had to get to work. We had to begin to get things put back together, including the lives of families who lost loved ones, nearly 3,000, including the health of our first responders, our construction workers. I just met with a big group of iron workers, and they were dropping their construction tools all over New York City to race to help try to save people because they knew how to move the heavy steel that was still standing. So I worked to help them get the health care they needed against some pretty tough odds. But working on that, what was called the pile, for weeks and months, first to try to save lives, to find bodies, then to clear it and rebuild it, took a toll on so many, and they deserved to be taken care of. So
There's a lot that I have had the opportunity to experience, I would say even the privilege, and to work to solve the problems of the people I represented in New York. It's not all been a bed of roses. It's tough. The politics in our country, in case you haven't noticed, can be pretty harsh. I think I've been called nearly everything. I understand that. It's a competitive process. I wish it were not quite so mean-spirited. I don't think that reflects well on us, but we have to keep forging our way forward and try to bring people back together again. So here's really your decision now. You've been watching us across Iowa, you've been watching us on TV, listening to us on radio, reading about us in the papers, and now you have to make a decision. Here's what I believe. I believe it's absolutely imperative for us to build on the progress we have made, not let it be ripped away. I personally believe that President Obama doesn't get the credit he deserves for saving our economy from the terrible Great Recession he inherited. And Senator Sanders and I agree on a lot of goals. But we have differences, and it's that time in the campaign when he's making contrasts and when I am as well. One of our biggest differences is about health care. I remember what it was like when I was trying to get us toward universal health care. It was really tough. The insurance companies and the drug companies went right after me, spent tens of millions of dollars to try to convince folks that, we shouldn't have universal health care. So when President Obama became president, he and I we'd contested each other on health care all during our long primary fight. I knew he was determined to try to do what needed to be done. And he got it done. When he started, we had We had 44 million people without insurance. The insurance companies called all the shots. They could basically stop you from getting insurance if you had a pre-existing condition. When I was working on it back in the 90s, I remember going to the Children's Hospital in Cleveland, meeting with a group of parents who could not get insurance for their sick children at any price. And I will never forget a father of 2 little girls, both of whom had cystic fibrosis, just with tears in his eyes saying, I have to have help so that I can take care of my girls. I said, well, what do they tell you when you go and you ask for some kind of insurance policy to help you do this? And he looked down and he looked up at me and he said something I will never forget. He said, well, one of the insurance brokers just looked at me and he said, we don't insure burning houses. He said, they called my little girls burning houses. That's what was going on in our country, and I bet a lot of you could tell a story or two about it, right? So we had 44 million people without insurance in 2009. The insurance companies could deny you care based on a pre-existing condition. They actually charged us women more for our health insurance than they charged men, so we were paying more. If you were a young person, you weren't insured because you were probably still in school or you were at a job not making much money. So it was a very difficult experience for many millions of Americans. President got to work. The Democratic Congress, because thankfully when the president was elected, we not only had a Democratic president, we had a Democratic Senate, we had a Democratic House. They passed the Affordable Care Act, and look at the results.
We've got nearly 19 million people now insured. Over 90% of Americans are insured. We no longer at the mercy of the insurance companies. You can stay on your parents' policies until you're 26, and I've heard a lot of folks in Iowa thanking the president for that. And that's something I want to protect and defend. The Republicans keep trying to repeal it. They voted to repeal it last week. They sent that to the White House. Thank goodness the president vetoed it. But I can guarantee you, if they win the White House back, they will repeal it the very first week because they have promised their hardcore right wing that they will do that. Now, Senator Sanders cares deeply about covering people. That certainly is a goal we share. But he wants to start all over again. You know, he had a plan for about 20 years that I began asking questions about because I do know a little bit about healthcare and about how it works and how we have to protect people and make sure they get what they need. And in all those 20 years, he never got a sponsor in the Senate or got a vote in the House. And then right before the last debate, he changed his plan and put out an 8-page summary of his new plan, which is a single-payer plan, which would require total new legislation starting from scratch. I do not think we should start from scratch, my friends. I think we should build on what we have achieved, make it better, and I don't want to plunge our nation back into a contentious, divisive debate. I sure don't want to give any room to the Republicans to repeal it. I want to fix it. I want to improve it. And I've got specific plans to do that. I want us to get the costs down. I want us to help people with their out-of-pocket costs. I want us to cap prescription drug costs. I want us to require that the drug companies have to negotiate with Medicare so that Medicare recipients get the benefit of lower negotiated drug prices. So that's a difference. I'm laying out specific plans about how I will improve it while I protect and defend it. I want families in Iowa to start making progress right away. I don't want us debating health care all over again. I want to be pushing for the economic and tax changes that I favor in order to make the wealthy pay their fair share and to create more jobs and raise incomes. That is my highest priority. So let's not fight about health care. Let's keep improving it. We can get to universal coverage. I mean, I remember enough of the arithmetic I learned. It's a lot easier to get from 90% of coverage to 100% than starting over and going from 0 to 100. So let's close the gap. Let's decrease the costs. Let's go after the drug companies, get those prescription drug costs down, and improve the way that we deliver services. You know, I had a doctor at one of my events ask me the other day, he said, well, where do you stand on doctors? And I said, I love them. They've done great work for me and my family. He said, well, do you support doctors? I said, oh, yes, I do support doctors. The Republicans support the drug companies and the insurance companies. I don't want either of them at my bedside if I'm ever sick. I support the doctors, the nurses, the pharmacists, the people who are actually delivering health care services to us. Now, when it comes to the economy, and that's one of the big differences we've had in this very spirited debate, here's what I think. I think we have to make the wealthy pay their fair share, and I have laid out specific plans to do that. Here are some of them. I agree with Warren Buffett He has something he calls the Buffett rule. If you're a millionaire, you should pay at least a 30% effective tax rate because you have done really well in our country and you have taken advantage of everything that prior generations built up and created, and you should not avoid your obligation to supporting our country, our society, our future. But I want to go further. I have proposed what I call a fair share surcharge. Because here's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about all these gimmicks that the wealthy use to shelter their income, send it through places like Bermuda, call it something that it isn't. So the only way we can end that is to impose a surcharge of 4% on every form of their income so they can't hide it. They can't put it in a tax shelter. They have to pay on all of it. That will raise about $150 billion if you impose it on people making more than $5 million. Now, I also believe that we should incentivize profit sharing, because if you help a company make profits, you should share in those profits, not just the executives, but every one of you who has contributed to that. And it will make us a stronger economy, and it will make a more loyal workforce. Because if you think you're going to actually get to take advantage of your hard work at the end of the year, you're likely to stay. You're likely to make a real commitment. Of course, I want to raise the minimum wage, and I want to give as much of a raise as I think we can possibly get. And then I want to index it to inflation so it keeps going up, so we don't have to keep voting on it and try to get the Congress to approve it, but that it keeps going up at an appropriate staging so that people are not left behind. I was at a small event last week, and a woman came up to me here and said, "I'm working 3 jobs. I can barely make ends meet." They were all 3 minimum wage jobs. It is not right if you work full-time that you're still in poverty. And we have to begin to increase the wages of people who are working. I want people to work. That's the best answer to any kind of social issue. And then I pledge to you, I will do everything I can. You saw when I went to Beijing and spoke out about women's rights and human rights. Well, I want women to earn equal pay for the work we do. It helps families, it helps our economy, it gives people a better shot. And so what about Wall Street? You hear a lot about Wall Street in this election. Well, I'll tell you, I'm the one who went to Wall Street before the crash and said, you all are making a huge mistake doing what you're doing. I made it clear that we had to change CEO bonuses. I called to end loopholes, particularly for hedge fund managers. I'm on record of having not just talked about it, but tried to do something about it. And I intend to do everything I can as president to make sure that Wall Street never wrecks Main Street again. And one of the big distinctions between us and my 2 esteemed opponents, the governor and the senator, is that they both have the same answer to what we need to do. Basically, reinstate Glass-Steagall and break up the big banks. We have the authority to break up the big banks right now in Dodd-Frank. Dodd-Frank gives the government the rights and lays out the process for doing that if these banks are causing what's called a systemic risk to our financial system. It will take grit and guts to do it if that's what's called for. But we have the authority. It was passed. The president signed it into law. What we don't have is what I'm advocating for. And this is one of those differences. And it's kind of like we're in a vigorous agreement, but we're not exactly seeing eye to eye. Because I have said no bank is too big to fail, and no executive is too powerful to jail. And I will do that if that's what is called for. However, if you go back and look at what happened in 2008, it wasn't primarily the big banks that caused it. It was the investment banks like Lehman Brothers. It was other banks like Wachovia. It was mortgage companies like Countrywide. It was a giant insurance company called AIG. They would not be affected at all by what my opponents are proposing. So what I'm trying to do is use the law we passed, protect it against the Republicans from trying to rip it apart, which is what they're doing, but go further. Put into law provisions that will enable us to go after the investment banks with a so-called shadow banking system. That's where the experts say the next potential problem could come from, and we don't have enough tools to regulate them. And the plan that I have put forth has been analyzed, and you know, people like Barney Frank, who knows a lot about this, he's the Frank in Dodd-Frank, and Paul Krugman, the Nobel Prize-winning progressive economist from the New York Times, have looked at all of our plans and have said, I have a tougher, more effective, more comprehensive plan. So if your main issue is what are we going to do to stop Wall Street and the big banks and the shadow banks and all these other institutions that are out there from hurting us again, I am the person for you, because I understand how tough it will be, but I know how to do it, and I'll give you the best evidence I could. Ask yourselves, if the Wall Street guys and the big finance guys were so sure that I wouldn't do what I tell you I will do, why are they running ads against me? Why is Karl Rove taking money from the financial interests and running ads against me to try to influence Democrats in Iowa? Why are two hedge fund billionaires running ads against me? I'll tell you why. Because they know that I'll come right after them and that I know how to get it done. So, and then finally, let me just say a word about foreign affairs and national security. Because like I said in the beginning, I can't stand here today and tell you everything the next president and commander-in-chief is going to be confronting. I don't think President Obama or any president knows what's going to happen over 4 or 8 years. So you got to be prepared. You got to be constantly thinking about contingencies and what will you do if X or Y or Z happens. But we know one threat we have to face right now, and that's from ISIS. And I am the only candidate on either side who has laid out a specific plan about what I would do to defeat ISIS. And very briefly, because I've given speeches, one of you tonight told me that you switched from my opponent to me because you looked at my speech that I gave about the Iran nuclear agreement that I helped to negotiate by putting the sanctions on Iran that got us to the negotiating table, and I give John Kerry and President Obama all of the credit they deserve for bringing that home and making our world safer. So I want you to know where I stand and what I would do, and here's what I would do quickly about ISIS. I agree that we have to lead an air coalition to deprive them of territory, to go after their infrastructure and their leadership, and support the fighters on the ground, the Arab and Kurdish fighters in the Iraqi army, in Arab militias in Iraq, and Peshmergas, that's the Kurdish militias who are really in the day-to-day combat with ISIS. But I will not send American ground troops to Syria or Iraq to fight ISIS or to be there for any other reason. I think that would be a mistake, and I will never let that happen. I support having special forces there to work with these fighters on the ground, to help call in airstrikes, to be in a position to be able to, help supervise and mentor. And I support those of our military who are helping the Iraqi army get its act together again after the army that we helped to build and train was destroyed by Maliki. So I will continue and intensify what we are doing. I will also go after their foreign funds and foreign fighters and their propaganda online, because we are facing a new phenomenon. This terrorist network has a global reach, and it is inspiring people, radicalizing people, celebrating violence, directing attacks. So we have to take them on where they are doing that, and that is online. And I've talked to some of the, biggest companies in Silicon Valley. I've talked with people in our government. We've got to figure out how we don't let them take advantage of the wonder of the internet to promote their evil ideology. And here at home, I will do whatever it takes to keep us safe. That experience of mine from 9/11 is seared into my brain. And I will not only do everything I can to coordinate federal, state, and local law enforcement, but to get more information from friends overseas so that we are acting in real time. But I'll tell you one thing that I think is very important, and I've gone all over the country saying this. When you hear from the Republicans, particularly their leading candidate, the kind of anti-Muslim rhetoric and the offensive, shameful comments that they are putting out in the world that are being heard by billions of people, that's not only wrong, it's dangerous. We need to be working with American Muslims. We need to be working with Muslim nations to defeat terrorism. And I don't know if you saw the papers, but the British Parliament launched a debate about whether to legally bar Donald Trump from coming into their country. Well, it might make it harder for him to travel, but it also sent a message, didn't it, about what our closest allies think about all this. One of the things that I learned after the 2008 campaign, after President Obama asked me to be Secretary of State, is how closely people around the world follow our election. I don't think I really understood that. I assumed that, there'd be people sitting in government offices or, maybe in business boardrooms following it. But no, it is followed closely by literally billions of people. The first trip I took as Secretary of State, I went to Asia, and I went to Indonesia, and I was on a morning talk show. They call it the Awesome Show. And there's a lot of singing and dancing, which I didn't know till I got there, and it really made me nervous. You do not want to see me, well, I've danced, but you don't want to hear me sing. And so I was appearing because we understood what we inherited from the Bush administration required us to build back good feeling toward the United States, because it had been sorely reduced in the 8 years of the George W. Bush administration. So we were doing things like going on popular shows to communicate directly with people, not just to leaders. And the first question I was asked was this: we followed your election. We saw how hard you and President Obama ran against each other. And then he asked you to be Secretary of State. How does that work? And I realized in these new democracies, you run against somebody, you speak out against somebody, you can get exiled or imprisoned, not asked to be Secretary of State. So it was a very legitimate question. And I thought, I only had like a nanosecond to think, and I said, well, you're right, we ran hard against each other in our electoral process. That's what we do. He won, I lost, and then I went to work to help get him elected. I was very happy he did. And then he called me literally out of the blue, asked me to be Secretary of State. He asked me, and I agreed for the same reason: we both love our country. We are both committed to serving our country. And it matters. It matters what you say as a president. It matters what you do as a president. So I'm asking for your help. You know, I'm very proud to have been endorsed by a wonderful group of individuals and institutions, in part because they know me. So when Gabby Giffords and her wonderful husband, the astronaut Mark Kelly, endorse me because I'm standing up to the gun lobby, that means the world to me. And when so many unions endorse me, I cannot tell you how proud it makes me, because the American labor movement built the American middle class, and I want it to be once again supported and given the kind of opportunity to raise the standard of living. Whether you're a police officer, a firefighter, an iron worker, a teacher, a public employee, whatever you are, you're really building America. And I was proud to be endorsed by the Planned Parenthood Action Fund because of the work I've done for so many years to defend women's health. And I was proud to be supported and endorsed by the Human Rights Campaign because of the work I've done to end discrimination against the LGBT community. And I got to tell you, I was somewhat confused when Senator Sanders said, well, you know, Planned Parenthood and the Human Rights Campaign, they're part of the establishment, and that's why they're supporting, you know, Hillary Clinton, because it's all part of the establishment. I thought, boy, I wish it were. I wish we weren't fighting all the time to protect women's rights, to protect women's health. If it were part of the establishment, that would be time for all of us to just quit having to work so hard and defend it and fight for it. Well, that's just not the case. We have to keep working to make sure people are not taken advantage of, not stripped of their rights. And the Republicans want to do all of that. So I'm asking you for your support on February 1st to come and caucus for me, to be part of starting a campaign that will not only go through the primaries, but I'll be back often to win your votes in the general election. I do not want to see Iowa go any direction other than blue, democratic, building for the future, making a difference for all of us. And as I said, it really is a great honor for me to have spent these months meeting with so many people in cafes and backyards and workplaces and community colleges and universities and so many different settings, labor halls, churches. We've been all over Iowa, and it's been incredibly important to me because it's helped to shape my campaign. And I want to end on this. When I started running for president, I didn't think that some of the issues I've been talking about would be part of my presidential campaign. I knew the economy would be what I wanted to do. I knew healthcare would be. I knew foreign policy, national security would be. I knew education would be, and a lot of the contentious issues that we have to fight the Republicans over would be, but I didn't realize how important it would be, and it started on my very first day in Davenport, to talk about mental health, to talk about substance abuse. And to hear the stories of families that are dealing with Alzheimer's and autism, and to understand how important it is we keep investing in medical research and that we change the way we treat addiction, treat it more like the disease it is instead of the criminal offense it's been labeled as. And how important it is that we make good on our promise to give people with mental health problems the health care they need too. And I believe so strongly
that we need a president who can do all parts of the job. We need a president who can get the economy working for everybody and get incomes rising. We need a president who can keep us safe and keep us strong in the world. And we need a president who will get up every day trying to figure out how to help you deal with the problems that keep you up at night. I want a strong, confident, united America. That's what I'm asking you to support. Thank you all very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me shake hands, let me shake hands.
All right, folks, that was a Hillary Clinton town hall rally. Just wrapping up there. Let's get back to our featured content of the evening. Vice President Joe Biden, keynote speaker at the World Economic Forum.
Today's economy, there's going to be a constant requirement for workers to retool, retrain, even for the very jobs they possess. Because the technology that they're engaged with is moving far beyond the ability to keep up with whatever the basic education they have is. The jobs they possess, particularly in areas of IT, advanced manufacturing, healthcare, energy, are going to need lifelong education. And this education and training is not only, in my view, the obligation of our governments, it's also the responsibility and opportunity for our businesses. To put it simply, again, presumptuous of me, I'd like to make a call to action to business leaders here to invest in your workers. Make upskilling part of your business model. That means both the public and private sector, supporting apprenticeships. You do that so much better in Europe than we do in the United States. To deal with government partnerships with industry and entrepreneurs to expose and to train young people to the jobs of the future. In my country alone, there's 100,000 high-skilled manufacturing jobs going unfilled. We find that a major new company generating photovoltaic shingles needed 1,000 workers, very bright people in the upper Midwest. But they found no one had any knowledge of photovoltaic technology. Through the help of my wife and community colleges and the president's leadership, we partnered with these industries. Said, bring your plan into the community college. Bring your machines in. Tell us what needs to be taught. And now there's a 19-week course that's created a conveyor belt for people who have the capacity to do this. They don't lack the capacity. They lack the skill. And their average jobs are $55,000 a year. In my country alone, like yours, at a request of the president, we're working with our secretary, who's here today, Penny Pritzker. We decided to look at what are the jobs of the future in my country. We need, by 2020, 1,400,000 new IT jobs in America. It's as basic as being able to learn a new language, coding. In Detroit, Michigan, that was on its back in bankruptcy, just climbing to its knees. Most of the middle class having left the city, an overwhelmingly minority city. Global IT, who provides IT jobs for training for IT companies, concluded they needed 1,000 IT jobs in the city of Detroit to make it run. To run in the neighborhoods, and we say in the States, in the hood. They picked, I believe it was 37 women in the first class, all African American, none with more than a high school education, most with what we call a GED, not having completed high school. Trained them for 18 weeks. Everyone had a job. The lowest paying job, $58,000, the highest, $108,000. So education, retraining to keep pace. It's not that the guy who used to shovel coal into a steel burner doesn't have the mental capacity to be able to promote these functions. It's training. And you know, and you're better than we know, the value of apprenticeships. Secondly, we need to continue to ensure basic protection for workers as these changes take place. I mean, a living wage, payment of overtime, child care, sick leave, the right to unionize, to collectively bargain. Governments have, in my view, an obligation to strengthen these core protections. But so do companies. I don't have to tell anyone in this room that over the last few decades, there's been a real change in the culture. A lot of you have written and spoken about short-termism that undermine the long-term growth of company and stifle workers. Another change in the corporate culture that's happened over the last 2 decades, for example, a study published in the Harvard Business Journal about 8 months ago by a distinguished professor, pointed out in the last decade, 449 companies in the S&P 500 over a 10-year period from 2003 to 2012 made $2.4 trillion in profit. That's good, obviously. But it was different than what happened 20 years ago. The difference is the way they invested that profit. 54% of you bought back your own stock. 37% of that profit went to shareholders, the job creators, leaving 9% for research, development, cash reserves, raises and training for employees. It worked because money was cheap to be borrowed, essentially zero interest rates. But it hasn't grown much. As a consequence, it added to the problem of stagnant wages, reduced productivity for workers, and less investment in the future. Again, I'm not being romantic about the good old days. But just when President Reagan was president, we didn't allow companies to buy back all that stock under our Securities and Exchange Commission rules. Corporate executives aren't bad guys, they're good. But markets and the rules of the marketplace induce behaviors. You know, in the last decade, there's been an emergence, at least in my country, as I said, of this notion of job creators. But you know what? What's starting to happen, I think, is we're beginning to understand that it's a lot bigger than that. It's a lot bigger than just shareholders. Companies are beginning to, again, reinvest in their companies. They're beginning slowly to increase wages and increase investment in research. When we used to do that regularly, we grew a lot faster and we grew together. So my call to action here is simple. Embrace the obligation to your workers as well as your shareholders. It's good for workers, it's good for your business, it's good for your productivity, and it's good for society. And there's nothing about it that doesn't recognize and support and reinforce the capital markets. Thirdly, we have to modernize our infrastructure. In the United States, the reason for the exponential growth in the 1800s and early 1900s was the massive investment we made in technology. From the Transcontinental Railroad, the Erie Canal, 1,000 things we did. And the government, as a consequence, with its infrastructure, opened up vast opportunities. As you know better than I, companies locate where they get their raw materials the quickest, to the factory floor, and their product quickest to market in the cheapest way. World-class infrastructure attracts businesses and workers. These investments create a virtuous cycle. Decent, good-paying middle-class jobs, generating new jobs. Yet in far too many of our countries, we've not invested enough in infrastructure. Let me be parochial for a moment and speak to my country. For 90% of Americans, 1 out of every $7 they spend in their income goes to transportation costs. Yet our economy loses $120 billion a year in fuel costs to lost productivity due to traffic jams, amounting to $118 per U.S. consumer. The American Society of Engineers estimates that there's a need to invest $3.6 trillion by 2020, which we're not going to do, to modernize and upgrade our infrastructure. Some of you who travel to my country may remember I got in a lot of trouble when I said on a program, I have a problem. No one ever doubts I say what I mean. The problem is I sometimes say all that I mean, as I said. And I was talking about LaGuardia Airport, one of the great cities in the world. And I said, if I took you blindfold in the middle of the night to the airport in Beijing and the airport in New York, blindfolded you, and then took the blindfold off and let you look around and said, where are you, in a developing country or a developed country? Not a joke. I was harshly criticized for criticizing the fact that there was a sign if you were in and out of LaGuardia and it said, escalator broken, repaired in 2 months, literally. The United States of America. Everybody thought I was crazy except the mayor, the governor, and the people of New York. When I landed in Air Force Two, the first time after I made this comment that got widely publicized as a Biden gaffe, my Air Force Two pilot said, are you sure you can guarantee our safety, Senator? Or Mr. Vice President, Senator too long. And as I came back to the Air Force Two to approach the steps, there were 9 workers in brown jackets with the yellow stripes around them who work at the airport. And I wasn't sure what their greeting was going to be. And every one of them shook my hand and said, thank you. We're now making a $4.5 billion investment in making a world-class city have world-class transportation net. Look, governments have fundamental responsibilities to build roads, bridges, railways, ports, broadband. And all of this can have profound impact on economic growth, generating good-paying jobs and bringing opportunity to areas where it does not exist now. But in addition to taxpayer investment, what's emerging in my country is really reassuring. There's an emergence of private-public partnerships to deal with things like stormwater overflow, sewer systems, because the companies are being affected badly by the lack of the investment. So we're creating new mechanisms whereby that can be financed. I've traveled now as vice president about 1,200,000 miles around the world. It's not profoundly different in most of your countries. So my call to you is forge some of these public-private partnerships. Lend capital to modernize roads, railroads, build new water systems, lay down miles of broadband around the world. Our government has made the largest investment in the Recovery Act that's been done in our history in those things. The President and the leadership of my good friend, Secretary of State Kerry, launched Global Connect Initiative to work with countries, industries, NGOs, networking engineers, and development banks to bring an additional 1.5 billion people online by 2020. That's as profound as what happened in our country in the 30s in the Tennessee Valley Authority, bringing electricity to vast stretches of my country, only it's more profound because there's access to education just by turning on your smartphone. Think about the immense opportunities this provides for people to get an education, to sell their products in new markets, to build a better life, to connect with the world around them. This is the kind of thing we can absolutely do together. I'm often asked, can we afford it? My argument is, we cannot fail. We cannot afford not to do this. The fourth point I'd make, it's going to make some of you not happy with me, if you're not already, is we need, not only in my country, but in other countries, a more progressive tax code. Not confiscatory policy, not socialism, a tax code. Everybody pays proportionally a fair share. This is not meant to penalize anybody. I kid with my wife Jill, I say, I dream that someday one of my kids would grow up to be a billionaire. Instead, one became the Attorney General, the other is in the refugee camps outside of Amman, working for World Food Program, and the other one is a social worker. I should have had one enterprising young Republican who made a lot of money, so when they put me in a home, I at least have a window with a view, you know? But all kidding aside, in my country, when we talk about this, you hear this about wealth envy. There is no wealth envy. But the President and I have worked to make sure that everyone pays their fair share so that we can invest in the things that will grow the economy that benefit everyone. As was shown in Paris, no matter how wealthy you are, you cannot protect yourself from an environment that is being degraded. Education, training, infrastructure, and all that benefits workers and businesses alike. But in the private sector has to play a role too. As we were flying into Davos this week, the Oxfam report made a lot of headlines. It pointed out that 62 of the wealthiest people in the world, and I'm sure they're all good people, have as much wealth as the poorest 3.6 billion people in the world combined. If you read past the headline, the report explains that inequity is driven in large part due to tax avoidance and tax shelters. It's not just about tax equity. It's about economic growth. I don't have to tell Christine this. She is no part of my speech. I don't want to implicate her in that regard. It's not just Joe Biden saying this, the IMF saying this. It's Standard & Poor's, not liberal think tanks in the United States of America. Both say growing inequity is a threat to economic growth. She may not like hearing it, but keeping billions of dollars in offshore tax havens might be good for your shareholders, but it robs your home country. So bring it back. Invest it in the communities in which you live, the enterprises. The communities allow your enterprise to thrive. Lastly, we need to expand access to capital. The fact of the matter is that there are a lot of experiments many of you have been involved in micro capital that has generated some real growth in areas that have changed people's lives. And I'm calling on all of you to help make existing capital and the tools that support entrepreneurship more widely available to people who haven't had access to it before. I know this is not simple. I know it's a complicated subject, warrant a full-day discussion. But we've got to figure out how to make more capital available. Leads to greater innovation, and the type of innovation that will be necessary to develop new industries and create those new jobs. In the United States, the federal government backs loans to entrepreneurs of all backgrounds. Loans are repaid in full as solar power entrepreneurs take their ideas from paper to prototype to production. Some fail, some succeed. Opportunities to take risks have to be more widely available. Having that risk rewarded cannot be the sole province of a small sector of our society. Folks, in a strange sense, it's Really all not that complicated. Education and job training, infrastructure and worker protections, fair progressive tax code, access to capital. The President and I have been laser focused on each of these issues because we know they're among the surest pathways of the middle class in advanced economies and to generate advanced economies. They've been the foundation of our road from economic crisis to recovery to hopefully permanent resurgence. For developing nations, they're part of other critical factors in building strong economies and societies, like protecting basic liberties to think and speak freely, upholding the rule of law, ensuring access to health care. One of the best quotes of Steve Jobs ever, when asked, "What can I do to be more like you, Mr. Jobs?" At Stanford University, a student asked. He looked down and he said, "Think different." You can only think different where you can breathe free, where you can challenge orthodoxy without any fear of reprisal. And while we may disagree in the details, I hope that some of what I talked about is element for some consensus around which we can move forward to bring more people along instead of leaving them behind in this era of technological change. I think that's how we built the basic bargain in the first place, an obligation of government and business, civil society, to workers, to communities, to our countries. I think we have to get back to more of the basics. No fundamental radical change, but get back to some of the basics. If it sounds like I'm making a moral case, in part I am, Pope Francis got it right in my view in his encyclical when he wrote, "Never has humanity had such power over itself, yet nothing ensures that it will be used wisely." He went on to say, we can put it at the service of another type of progress, one which is healthier, more human, more social, and more integral. And I would argue it's really good for business too. It seems to me that's our charge. Rebuilding pathways of the middle class. I think it's an economic imperative. And ladies and gentlemen, the unraveling of the middle class is not only threatens our share of economic growth, but I would argue it threatens our shared global security. I'll conclude.
All right, folks, what we're going to be doing now is just taking you to the White House, giving you a shot of the White House where it was snowing about an hour ago. Doesn't look like it's snowing there anymore, but they're getting ready for a massive blizzard to come in the East Coast area, Boston, Washington. So be on the lookout, folks. Kinsey will be right back.
Hi guys, Kinsey here. Yeah. I always have to turn the mics up. Just joining you, just set up my computer. I should have put more lipstick on, but I didn't, so. I was just eating an apple, and all my lipstick is gone. But welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being with us this evening. It's kind of been one of those slower news days. So I'm going to give you a special best of Fox 10 News Now today. And I am... Maybe I should have, I think a part of the reason people think this is weird is when they stumble upon it for the first time and they just see us doing stuff on here, but that's a part of the charm, isn't it? So perhaps I shouldn't have, shown you me before I was ready to go, because maybe you don't want to watch me try to figure stuff out and open stuff up and fix stuff, but that can be fun, right? It's like you're here with me. We're in this together. There's a program on my computer that never works the first time I open it, so I have to Control-Alt-Delete and start it over 5 times, and that's what I'm in the process of doing, but I just got it to work. Thank you, Jesus. All right.
Look, with your Fox 10 Facebook News Update. Police bust a Phoenix couple accused of turning their home into a market for stolen goods. Chandler police heading up this investigation. They say the couple stole merchandise from several stores, including a Walgreens, Walmart, and Fry's. The couple then allegedly sold the items out of their Phoenix home at discounted prices. A bomb threat forcing police to evacuate a junior high in Chandler. Police swept the school. They were unable to find anything. Just yesterday, 5 Valley schools were targeted by bomb threats, along with schools in 6 other states. The solar system could again have a 9th planet. Scientists say there's solid evidence of a planet orbiting the sun billions of miles beyond Neptune's path. The planet hasn't actually been spotted, but experts believe it will be found by a telescope in the next 5 years. Everything's coming up red. North Mountain Brewery getting into Cardinals fever, offering Cardinale Red to fans. The brewery is in North Phoenix if you want to stop by and try it. Here's a look at the 10-day forecast. Temperatures in the 70s as the week goes on. Pretty nice. That's your Fox 10 Facebook News Update. I'm John Hook.
I love John Hook. He's my buddy. He is heading to Carolina with my boyfriend this weekend as they are playing the Panthers. It's the Arizona Cardinals against the Panthers. I will be watching. Go Cards. But after this season's over, I'm no longer a Cardinals fan. I'm going to go back to being a Dallas Cowboy fan, to be honest. Let's just get this season out of the way. So what I want to play for you is this. I don't know if you know this or care, but I lived in Oklahoma for a little while. I lived in El Reno, Oklahoma, and Donald Trump was in Oklahoma today, which surprised me. He was there campaigning with Sarah Palin, who has joined his campaign trail. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't think I'm a fan. But Sarah Palin is, for some reason she missed the early morning event, but she showed up for this event, and this, I do believe, is the event where she addresses her son being arrested for domestic violence, and allegedly, I don't hear it myself, but allegedly blames Obama for her son being arrested for domestic violence. So I'm going to play Donald Trump in Tulsa, Oklahoma for you. Sarah Palin, it does make an appearance here, and we are going to enjoy that right now. This is not live. This is from earlier today, but I appreciate you watching me and enjoying Chirp with me. See you on the other side.
Unbelievable. Wow. Wow. Unbelievable. I love you. Unbelievable. So nice. Thank you, everybody. And here we are. What a place. I love Oklahoma. I really do. I love it. Love Oklahoma. Love, love, love. You know, I was here 3 months ago. Probably a lot of you were in the group. And we had a little thing we thought maybe would have 1,000 people. I did it for a friend of mine. And I came in and they had 1,000. And then the next day they announced they're going to have about 5,000 and then 10,000. It was 4 days. They had 25,000 people last time. You remember that? Amazing. Oklahoma is amazing. So I just want to introduce somebody very quickly, a very special person, a wonderful person. And then I'm going to come right back, and we're going to have fun today. We're going to have fun. We're going to have so much fun. We're going to talk about how great our country will be. We are right now a mess, but we're going to make it great again. So she's a really great friend, and she called, and she just wanted to help, and she knows all about making things great. Everybody wanted her endorsement. She said, what you're doing, Donald, is amazing. It's a movement, and it is a movement. It's a movement, and we're going to talk about it. Ladies and gentlemen, Governor Sarah Palin. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Oklahoma. It is so good to be here. So good to be here where your state motto being work conquers all. Are you all ready to work to make America great again? You ready to elect the great next president of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump? Well, good, because it's going to take all of us working together in this. And you all have a responsibility. We all have a role to play in this, and truly electing someone who will let us make America great again. You hard-working Americans, you patriots, you who know that enough is enough, enough of the status quo, it's got to go. In this great awakening, you all who realize that, man, our country is we're going to go to hell in a handbasket under this tragic fundamental transformation of America that Obama had promised us. No, what we need now is a fundamental restoration of America, all that is good and free and secure and exceptional about America. So we need to be in it to win it. And we're in it because we believe in America. And we can believe that our best days are ahead of us. But we're going to have to start doing things completely different. Things that over the last 7-8 years have gotten us into the mess that we're in. We need to elect a commander-in-chief who will respect our troops. A commander-in-chief who understands that we, as Americans, you here in Oklahoma especially, you love your freedom. And when you love your freedom, you thank a vet. You think of that. And then you realize that our vets deserve a commander-in-chief who will let them do their job and go kick ISIS ass. And you deserve a commander-in-chief who will respect what it is that our forces go through and would never leave them behind. A commander-in-chief who would never lie to the families of the fallen. When I talk about a commander-in-chief who will never leave our men and our women behind, let me get a little bit personal on this. I'm talking about not leaving our wounded warriors behind also. Our wounded warriors who come home from the battlefield bringing new battles with them. Our wounded warriors, sometimes in body and in mind, coming back different than when they left for the war zone. I can talk personally about this. I guess it's kind of the elephant in the room because my own family going through what we're going through today with my son, a combat vet, having served in a Stryker brigade, fighting for you all, America, in the war zone. But my son, like so many others, they come back a bit different. They come back hardened. They come back wondering if there is that respect for what it is that their fellow soldiers and airmen and every other member of the military so sacrificially have given to this country. And that starts from the top. It's a shame that our military personnel even have to wonder if they have to question if they're respected anymore. It starts from the top. The question, though, that comes from our own president, where they have to look at him and wonder, do you know what we go through? Do you know what we're trying to do to secure America and to secure the freedoms that have been bequeathed us? So when my own son is going through what he goes through coming back, I can certainly relate with other families who kind of feel these ramifications of some PTSD and some of the woundedness that our soldiers do return with. And it makes me realize more than ever, it is now or never, for the sake of America's finest, that we have that commander-in-chief who will respect them and honor them. In fact, not 10 minutes ago, I was handed a military coin from one of your great residents here, a young man who is retiring from the military, and on the coin it says, we're a brotherhood that only a few can understand. I know that you understand. So Oklahoma, we need you to you need to share the message with the rest of America. And when you go to vote in your primary March 1st, you can make it a Super Tuesday for the rest of America by leading the way with the vote for the next commander who will respect our troops, who will give them what they are deserving, and who will treat our vets better than illegal immigrants in America. Well, we're in this together, and we're in it because just last week we saw our sailors suffer and be humiliated at the hands of Iranian captors, where we were made to apologize. And why was that? It's because of a weak-kneed capitulator-in-chief who doesn't know how to negotiate. And he has decided that, well, from now on, America is going to lead from behind. What the enemy was doing was sending a message to the rest of the world. And that message they tried to send was that, they will capture and America will kowtow and America will apologize. And then in the deal, we will bend over and then say thank you. What a deal! Only one candidate has that proven record of success where he masters the art of the deal. He is beholden to no one but we the people. He's beholden only to doing the right thing. And he is perfectly positioned to make America great again. Are you ready for that, Oklahoma? Are you ready to see the change? Like I said yesterday in Iowa, no more pussyfooting around. It is time. You deserve the best. Now, our candidate, he is from the private sector. He's not a politician, and here is where you say hallelujah. In the private sector, where you actually have to balance budgets in order to prioritize to keep the main thing, our candidate knows that the federal government's main thing is to keep us safe, to keep us secure economically and militarily, and he's the one who knows how to lead the charge. Are you ready for a commander who will allow us to make America great as he leads the charge for us? Are you ready to finally secure our borders so that we can secure our homes and our jobs? Are you ready to stump for Trump? I'm here to support the next president of the United States of America. Now, 8 years ago, I had warned that Obama's promised fundamental transformation of America, it was going to take more from you, and it was going to leave America weaker on the national stage, and it's the one promise that Obama kept. But he didn't do it alone. He didn't do it alone. And the beauty of Trump's candidacy is he has exposed not just the tragedy of that transformation, but also the complicity of both sides of the aisle that has enabled this transformation. He has revealed the system, which really is the permanent political class that is doing the bidding for their campaign donor class. That's leaving us out. That's leaving the average hardworking Joe six-pack American, that's leaving us out. Now that campaign donor class, what they need somebody to bid for, and it's happened these last 7 years, is to keep our borders open for their cheap foreign labor. And it's to bloat the budgets so that the crony capitalists, their friends, can suck from those budgets. And it's those lousy trade deals that our own establishment has approved, has sanctioned, that gut America's industry, and it shoos jobs offshore. His candidacy, Trump's candidacy, this movement, this force, this strategy proves that, shoot, as long as that establishment, as long as they get to keep their titles and their perks in DC and their media ratings, they don't really care who wins elections. Believe me on this. I've kind of been there, and I see how they treat those who go rogue like Mr. Trump does in order to do the right thing. You want to know proof of that? Even today, the GOP machine, they're attacking their own front-runner and his base of dynamic, diverse, very patriotic supporters. They're attacking you because they can't afford for the status quo to go. Otherwise, the gravy train, it stops, and they can't keep slurping from it. Not if things change the way that Mr. Trump and all of we know needs to change. He is the candidate that has the power and is in the position to bust that up and to make those changes that many of our own candidates that we work so hard to get elected and then we send them to DC that they promised to do, but then they get to DC and they don't even try to do it because they're all beholden to one another. That's the beauty of Trump's candidacy. The way that he goes rogue, we can trust then that things are going to be different when he's elected. Now, it's funny to be here in Oklahoma, here, the land of red dirt, you know, with your red bud trees. And here we got a redhead from the big red apple running for president, and yet the GOP machine, all of a sudden, they're saying, we're not red enough. We're not conservative enough. And I say, what in the world do they know about conservatism? Is it conservative to hand Barack Obama a blank check every year to fund Obamacare and Planned Parenthood? And to keep those borders open so that illegal immigrants compete for our jobs? Is it conservative to watch these safety nets turn into hammocks for people, many who just choose not to work? Is it conservative to allow, again, illegal immigration to produce millions of new future Democrat voters? That's not conservative. And is it conservative to bequeath our children trillions in new debt, trillions that they'll never be able to pay off? And is it conservative to not fight back for our solvency and our sovereignty? They now are concerned about ideological purity? Since when? We're not ready enough. Well, not every conservative has had the guts to talk about the real issues that are needing to be discussed and debated. Our candidate is ballsy enough to get out there and put those issues on the table, the issues that a lot of other candidates have wanted to duck and run from. Donald Trump, he's talked about the issues that matter, the issues that you and I talk about and are concerned about. Whereas there are some others who, no, instead of wanting to talk about the tough issues, they wear political correctness like a suicide vest. It's so important that these big issues are finally debated. And that's another refreshing thing about this candidacy, because this election, it's not just your basic ABCs, anybody but Clinton. Not this time, it's even more than that. When we're talking about a nation without borders, a bankrupt federal government, no more Reagan-esque power through strength, then we're talking about our very existence here, friends. So they who say, oh, but now all of a sudden this base of support, well, they sound angry. I say, doggone right we're angry, and justifiably so. They're telling us we need to just chill. And I say, they're stomping on our neck, and they're telling us just chill. No, we won't chill. In fact, it's time to drill, baby, drill down on what's going on and hold them accountable. Are you ready to elect someone with the willingness and the ability to make that change that we need to change out that establishment and put you back in charge to take back our country, Oklahoma? Are you ready to take back our country? Well, our candidate is a leader. He has spent his life truly there, even though, yeah, he's a multi-billionaire, and not that there's anything wrong with that. A multi-billionaire, but self-made success, so we don't envy that success. In fact, we root him on because he roots us on. He says to us, he says, I've worked very, very hard, and I've been successful. Hugely successful, he says. And he says, and I want you to be successful too. So we root him on because he's the proponent of equal opportunity to work. And where but Oklahoma would you guys appreciate that more with your state motto, knowing that work conquers all? He will put you back to work. He has spent his life looking up and being optimistic and building big things that touch the sky, infrastructure that puts people to work. He has spent his life building up this success. So his power, when he's in DC, it's not gonna come off of opium, being high off opium, other people's money. That opium that other dopes in Washington sure get high off because they take it from you and then they distribute that other people's money. That's not Trump. His power, if you will, his passion is the fabric of America. It is work ethic and dreams and drive and faith in the Almighty, and that is America. Are you ready to share in that again, Oklahoma? The unifying values that he has and that he'll share more about with you all, his unifying values, well, they reach from big cities and tiny towns, from big mountain states to the Big Apple and the big, beautiful heartland in between. He finally is the candidate that we can count on to be the president for all Americans and not divide and not race bait and not think that because you live in one zip code or you are of one color or you are of one economic class that you're any different than any other American. He is for equality. I want you knowing that the only thing standing in between you and hearing from the next president of the United States is me, so I'll get out of your way. But I want you to try to picture this, Oklahoma. Exactly 1 year from today, former President Barack Obama, he's gonna be packing up the selfie sticks and packing up the teleprompters and the Greek columns and all that hopey-changey stuff, and he's gonna head back to Chicago where he can look for some community to organize again. But from there, he'll finally be able to also look up. And when he looks up over his head, he's gonna see that shining, towering Trump Tower. Because yes, Barack, Trump built that, and that says a lot about our next candidate, who will be the next President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. God bless you, Oklahoma. God bless the United States of America. God bless you.
There's a fire starting in my heart, reaching a fever pitch and it's bringing me out the dark. Finally, I can see you crystal clear. Go ahead and sell me out and I'll lay your ship bare. See, I'll leave with every piece of you. Don't underestimate the things that I will do. There's a fire starting in my heart, reaching
Wow, that was so great. Sarah, thank you so much. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Todd. These are great people, really great people, and I want to thank everybody. And I want to thank everybody for being here. This is some crowd. This is some crowd. So a lot of things have happened over the last number of weeks. We've had our sailors with their hands up, sitting in a begging position. Not going to happen. Believe me, not going to happen. Not going to happen. 10 young, wonderful people. They were forced to do something. This should not be happening to us. It should not be happening to us. And believe me, if this president and this Secretary of State didn't give them $150 billion, they'd still be there and they'd be there for years. $150 billion we gave them. We're in a different world now, folks. We're going to be in a different world now. So I want to thank everybody. I just want to give you a little news because, you know, on March 1st, you have a big day. coming up. Big day. Big day. It's a big day. I love you too, even though you're a guy. Even though he's a guy, I love him. I don't care. But we have a big day, March 1st. You have to get out and vote. You got to get out and vote. Because, you know, if you don't vote, we're just wasting time. We're just all wasting time. I was saying this morning, I got a call from a really great reporter. Happens to be liberal, but somebody I actually respect. You know, we don't always respect that side. And he said to me, how does it feel? This was 3 months ago. The summer was all Trump. How does it feel? Because we have a movement going on, folks. We have a movement. This is not a normal situation. People are sick and tired and fed up, and yes, we're angry. We are angry. And said, how does it feel? I said, how does what feel? What you've done, it's never been done in politics before, what we've created all together, because it's we, it's not me. And what you've done, it's never been done. He said, it's the summer of Trump. They wrote articles, the summer of Trump. I said, what I've done is nothing, because if we don't win, to me it means nothing. He said, you're wrong. He said, no matter what happens, whether you win or lose, what you've done, you've changed the whole landscape of campaigning and the whole dialogue. I said, trust me, if I don't win, and I'm not talking about winning primaries, I'm talking about winning the presidency for you, it all doesn't matter. Okay? It all doesn't matter. Thank you. So nice. Thank you. That's so nice. But it really doesn't matter, because what are we going to do? We're going to look back. We had some nice rallies. We had a lot of people. And by the way, we have by far the most people. Not even a contest. About 2 weeks ago, we had a rally. I had 12,000 people. By the way, today you have like 20,000. They had to send 7,000 people away. We had to send 7,000 people away, meaning I'm coming back to Oklahoma. I have to take care of those 7,000 people. I feel guilty. Can you imagine this whole arena packed and we're sending people away? But we have by far the biggest crowds. So I love you. I love you. Beautiful. It's beautiful. It is beautiful. But we had a case where Sanders, can you imagine this guy, a socialist / communist, is doing well? No, he's beating Hillary Clinton. Can you believe this? This guy, he's a whack job. He's a wacko. He's beating Hillary Clinton. Oh, boy. I tell you what, I really want to run against her, but I really would like to run against Bernie Sanders, too. Wants to bring your taxes 90%. Does anybody here mind paying 90% in tax? Because that's what Bernie wants to do. So I have to be careful. I don't know. If I say really bad, I might end up with her. You know, I think I probably helped him a lot recently. Who's that? Get him out of here. Go ahead. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. All right, get out of here, kid. What's more fun than a Trump rally, right? Get him out of here. Out. Out. Thank you. He's not going to mess around with that guard. You go ahead. Get him out. Thank you. Good. Thank you. Come on. Let's go. See, he wants to be politically correct. This isn't the old days. One person. And what happens is they'll be talking about, oh, there were tremendous protests. This is one person. But I like it. I hope they do a couple of more today, because the only way those cameras, which are crooked as hell, will ever turn to show this packed arena with 15,000 people is if we have a protester, right? So I love protesters. You know, I've been telling these cameras for a long time, turn around, Go ahead, show the arena. I go home, my wife will say often, she'll say, were there many people? I said, we had 20,000 people in Dallas. We had 35,000 people in Mobile, Alabama. My wife will say, were there many people there? Because these cameras never show the crowds. They never show the crowds. Telling you. They never show the crowds. Look at the cameras, they're straight on. They don't show the crowds. The only time they show is when we have a protester. Look at them. They are disgusting, folks. Disgusting. Go ahead, turn the cameras. Turn the cameras. Turn the cameras. They don't move the cameras. You know why they don't move the cameras? Because they're dishonest. I won't say it. No, they're dishonest people. They really are. They're totally dishonest people. The only time they move the camera is when there's a protester because, you know, they make us look a little bad. They think, I love protesters because why don't we have a protester right up in the top of the rafters at a pack so that these guys, I never thought the cameras moved. You know, it's amazing. I never thought the cameras moved. I thought they were fixed. What do I know? And then we have a protester and they're like bent like a pretzel trying to get the protester. No, they're bad guys. I mean, take a look. You won't see it. You'll go home, you'll say, wow, what a crowd, and you'll just see Trump's face, just Trump's face. Now, I will tell you this. You hear from the roar, you say, man, that's a lot of people, okay? But we have a packed house. Amazing. Wow, amazing. So I was going to tell you, so Sanders had 3,000 people. I had 12,000 people, and they cover Sanders in the press. And they say, oh, he was packed. He had thousands of people. He had 3,000 people. I had 12,000 people the same day. They don't say anything. They don't say. Isn't that amazing? They don't say anything. Oh, good old Bernie. Oh, Bernie will be fun. You know, I don't know if Hillary's going to make it. She may not make it with the voters. She may not make it legally. She may not make it legally. Got a problem. I mean, look at Petraeus. Good guy, made a mistake. And by the way, leave the guy alone. Don't demote. You know, they want to demote him. They want to take away. He's suffered. Leave Petraeus alone, right? Enough already. Enough. They've gone after him. They've destroyed him. And yet Hillary's flying safe. And she did 100 times worse than what he did. And you notice how positive she is about the president? You know why, right? You know why. Because she wants to stay out of the clink. That's why. Okay? Believe me, that's why. She's 100. I mean, every single thing. Oh, the president's wonderful. She never thought the president was wonderful before. She couldn't stand the president. And frankly, he couldn't stand her. Now all of a sudden, he's wonderful, wonderful. It's very simple. She wants to make sure she gets through this thing, and he does have the power of the presidency. So who the hell knows? What is it, darling? I love you. I love you. I even love the protesters. There aren't too many. So I have to tell you this because I always love it. You know, I talk about polls. I'm like obsessed with polls. Only when I'm in first place, I'm obsessed. If I was ever in second place, which for the most part, I haven't even been in second place, but if I was in second place, believe me, and these candidates come up to me, and I'm friendly with some of them. Some of them are actually nice people. They're never going to be able to get Mexico to pay for the wall, I can tell you that. That I can tell you. They don't even have a clue. But they said to me, why are you always talking about polls? The candidates. I said, because I'm in first place. I'm in first place. One of them came in, he's in like 9th place, 10th place. Why do you always talk about polls? I said, look, if I was in 10th place, I would not be talking about polls. But I'm obsessed. I love these polls. Here's one just came out today. Listen to this. The great state of Florida. Very important, very big, great, great place. I love it. Florida, Trump, 48. 48. Cruz 16, Rubio 11, Bush down in the toilet. Can you believe it? Unbelievable. How about Bush? Look, the guy spends, now he's up to $79 million. Okay, now I wouldn't even mention this, but a lot of it's ads against me. He does these negative ads against me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mention it. Maybe I would. But $79 million. And he's Bing down in the basement, right? And the first thing he should do is he should get rid of the Jeb stuff, get rid of all of the nonsense that he's going through with, I can fix it. You know, his new slogan, I can fix it. He can't fix anything. He's a low-energy person. Low-energy people don't get things fixed. But if he were a real politician, he'd be careful when he says, I can fix it. Because where I come from, that's dishonest. When you fix it, you're dishonest. He shouldn't say, I can fix it. Now, I think he's probably an honest guy, but a stiff. There's no question about it. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. He spent $79 million, much of it in negative campaign ads against me. He's the one guy. Everybody that's hit me so far has gone down. That's going to, like with the country. That's the way, right? Think of it. Everybody. Our wonderful governor of Texas, he comes out, he hits me so hard. I said, what did I do to him? I hardly know this guy. So many, yeah, all right, make America great again. You better believe it. These people are not, politicians are not going to do that because they're all talk, they're no action, they don't have it. But think of this. So Bush spent $79 million. I spent practically nothing, right? He's down here, right toward the bottom, and I'm at the top by so much you wouldn't even believe it. New poll. Monmouth, Trump 36, everyone else like way, way, way behind. Morning Consult, Trump 39. Reuters, Trump 42. Trump 42. Gravis, Trump 41. I mean, this is a lot. You know, you have 14 people in there still. 14 people. Trump's at 41. I'd take 41 or 42 if we had 3 people, right? We'll take it then, too. And you know, it's funny, all of these guys, they're always saying, the pundits, believe me, they're not smart people. You take those glasses away from George Will, and he's a stupid-looking guy, okay? No, it's true. Okay. I mean, Karl Rove, this guy, he predicted, he still thinks Romney won the election. Remember the evening? No, Romney won. He won. I'm telling you, he won. They had to take him off the air in a basket. I mean, this guy, and he's everything. I had a poll that was so incredible. I was killing everybody. Like a month ago, he's on television saying, well, it can change. It doesn't mean that much. It can change. He couldn't even hold his breath. He's like a boiler waiting to explode. The hatred. And what it is establishment. Because I'm not taking anybody's money. I don't want their money. They don't control me. I'm doing what's right for you. It's the establishment. No, it's the establishment. They're very upset. I'm self-funding. And it's sad because, you know, my whole life, I'm a very greedy person. I've been taking, greedy, billions and billions of dollars. I've had tremendous success. By the way, the reason I say that, because that success is going to you, because that's what I want to do. But greedy, I want to be greedy for you. I want to be greedy now for the United States. I don't want stupid deals. I don't want to be losing $500 billion a year in trade with China and with all of these countries. We're going to be greedy for you. It's unbelievable. So you have a guy spending $79 million. I've spent practically nothing. And I said, wouldn't it be nice if the country could do that? So that, like education, I love education. To me, education is so important. So my uncle was a professor at MIT for many, many decades. Very smart. We have good genes for that stuff. You know, it's good. Got to be smart. You know, you got to be smart. You know, they always say, he's so plain-spoken. Plain-spoken. I know more than any of these guys. Plain-spoken. I went to Ivy League school, the whole thing. Plain-spoken. They say it as I don't think it's a compliment, but they say plain-spoken. Let me tell you something. I'm plain-spoken because sometimes the words, I can come up with extremely nice words, except there's no better word to describe our leader and our administration than the word what? Stupid. Stupid. These are stupid people. What's going on in Washington is purely stupid. Now, give me a better word than that, and I'll use it. But you know what? All the Ivy League that I have, the Wharton School of Finance, somehow they've never come up with a better word to describe what we're going through. So, wouldn't it be nice if instead of education, we're number one in terms of cost per pupil by a factor worldwide, by a factor of many. Number two is so far behind, forget it. Like in the polls, number two is so far behind. We want to keep it that way. So we're number one in the world in terms of spending. We're number 28 in the world in terms of where do we stand. We have third world countries that are ahead of us. Third world countries. Countries that you wouldn't believe. Some countries that you've hardly heard of. And they're ahead of us in education. Wouldn't it be nice? So we spend the most and we're down on the bottom. Wouldn't it be nice if we spent not very much like our campaign? We don't spend that much, right? And we're at the top. Wouldn't that be nice if we can do that, or almost? And we're going to do a lot of things like that. We're going to start winning again. We don't win anymore. We don't win. When was the last time, seriously, and I say this all the time, when was the last time our country won? We don't win. We don't win. We don't win in trade. We don't win militarily. We don't win. You know, when I was growing up, we never lost a war, right? Now we never win a war. We never win a war. We leave Iraq where we shouldn't have been. And by the way, in 2003, 2004, I said, don't go into Iraq. You'll decimate it, and Iran will take over the Middle East. It's exactly what's happening. I should get credit for that. And I'm the most militaristic person there is. But we got to know what to do. We have people that don't have a clue. Then Obama gets out, and he announces the date that we're leaving. We are leaving in 18 months on a certain date. I say, wait a minute, let's be unpredictable. We have to be unpredictable first. We want to be a little bit unpredictable. So what happens is the enemy pulls back, we leave, and now look at the mess we're in, right? Look at the mess we're in. Look at the mess. So we shouldn't have been there, but once we were there, we shouldn't have gotten out that way, and we should have kept the damn oil. We should have kept it. Unbelievable. These people, they're incompetent people. We have incompetent leadership at the highest level. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. So I said, keep the oil. Now, how long? You've been with me for a long time. Have I been saying that for 4 years, for 3 years? For years, right? We just started after Paris. Paris was a disaster. Speaking of Paris, and speaking of California, where we lost 14 wonderful people to 2 radicalized maniacs, okay? We lost 14 wonderful, great people. People that held ceremonies for these 2 people that got married. We lost 14. Now, if sitting there in the room or standing, there were like you, right over there with a hat, you, I mean, I could pick out lots of people. If we had a couple of guns on the other side where the bullets are going in the opposite direction, it wouldn't have been that way. So we're going to save and protect and cherish our Second Amendment, okay? We're going to protect our Second Amendment. I mean, these people with the guns, they want to take the bullets, they want to take the guns, don't put any bullets in the magazines, we wanted this. The bad guys aren't listening, folks. The bad guys aren't listening. And we have to protect, because there is an assault on Christianity, and there's an assault on guns. There's an assault on everything that we stand for, and we're going to stop the assault, okay? We're going to stop it. So I always say, thumbs up for the Second Amendment, thumbs down for Common Core. We're going to bring education back to the states and back to the people and the parents, and I see the way it works. I mean, we can't do any worse. We can't do any worse. So Common Core is out, and Second Amendment is in, and we're going to keep it. And we're going to keep it the way it is. It's so incredible. You see the kind of things that take place. I'll give you an example. It's not really the kind of negotiator I'm talking about for money, but it's the same thing. We have Sergeant Bergdahl, a dirty, rotten traitor, right? A dirty, rotten, no-good traitor. 5 people were killed. 5 people looking for Bergdahl, and probably 6. But 5 people at a minimum were killed looking for Sergeant Bergdahl, right? We make a deal knowing, because you had a general and a colonel there talking to the people that knew him. You had a general and a colonel that knew he was a dirty traitor. And what happens? We give them 5 people that they most wanted for 9 years that are now back in the battlefield. Don't believe the press. And if they're not now, they will be soon. So we give them 5 people, and we get this dirty, rotten traitor. No good, folks. We don't make deals like that anymore. We don't make deals like that. As far as I'm concerned, we take them, we fly them over to the area, a nice, heavily densed area loaded up with ISIS, and before we bomb the hell out of ISIS, we drop Bergdahl right in the middle of it. Amazing. 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 Amazing how stupid and how incompetent our leadership is in our politics, just to make a deal like that. And I mention that just because it doesn't make sense. I mean, the New Deal, look at the New Deal. We have 4 people, actually 5, but the 5th never showed up. They don't know where he is. They have no idea. But we have 4 people. We get back 4. They get 7. Plus, they get 14 people that are on Interpol watch list. You know what that means. That's serious stuff. These are bad dudes. And they're getting taken off all the watch lists, right? They're getting $150 billion. They're going to make, they don't have to make nukes anymore. They can buy them. With the money we gave, they can buy them. And all you had to do is, when the negotiations started, what do? We walk into the room. We say, we can't give you any money. We're bust. We have no money. The country owes $19 trillion. Do you believe that? $19 trillion. $19 trillion is going to be $21 trillion. We don't have the money. We can't do it. They're going to say, no way, no way, no way. And we're going to walk out of the room. Nobody, not once did they walk. We didn't win 1 point. We never walked out of the room. You know, in the art of the deal, I say, walk every once in a while. It's a good thing, not a bad thing. Obama would have looked great. Kerry would have looked great if he walked. I don't know why. They were afraid to walk. It was a one-sided transaction. We were totally out-negotiated. The Persians are great negotiators, always have been, throughout history. They made us look like a bunch of dummies. We should have walked, double up the sanctions. Within 48 hours, they will call you and they'll say, here are your prisoners, darling, take them. 100%. 100%. Then after you have your prisoners, you go back in. We call it for seconds, right? We go back in. Only one man laughed at that, only one. We go back in for seconds. And we say, very nicely, sorry, we can't give you the money. So we got our prisoners back. Now we tell them we can't. They're going to go nuts. And we'll probably have to walk. Believe me, you'll double up. You'll never have to pay the money. The money shouldn't. And the biggest problem with me winning is that I'll never get that $150 billion back. I hate that. $150 billion we're giving these people, and it's a terrorist nation. Think of Iran. Think of this. They're taking over Iraq, which is even better than the 150. You know, Iraq, second largest oil reserves in the world, right? The second largest in the world. So I used to think the $150 billion was good. And until 2 weeks ago, I started thinking, I said, wait a minute, that was a great deal. 24 days inspection. They can self-inspect. How do you like that one? They can self-inspect certain areas. In other words, certain areas that they really don't want us around, they have the right to self-inspect. So we call them, we say, oh, excuse me, but I hear you're building nuclear in a certain area. Oh, well, we'll check. They call back the next day, oh, everything's fine. I mean, you can't believe it, right? You can't believe it. So with all of this, okay, with all of this, I said, this is one of the great deals ever made. We didn't even get our prisoners back until, and believe me, without the $150 billion, you would have never gotten them back. They would have been there forever. They have no respect for us. They have no fear of us, but they have no respect for us whatsoever. But 2 weeks ago, I was thinking, I said to myself, you know, that's a great deal, but they made actually a better deal because we decapitated a country that has the second largest oil reserves in the world. And they are now walking into Iraq. They're walking in, just walking in, and they're taking over, just like you're standing there. Sorry about the seats, but we had too many people. Just like you're standing there, they're walking into Iraq. So they're taking over Iraq. They're going to take over Syria. They're taking over Yemen, but they don't really want Yemen. But Yemen has the borderline between where? Saudi Arabia. So they're going to take over Saudi Arabia. They want Saudi Arabia. That's what they really want. They want the oil. But their platform is Yemen. They don't want Yemen, but their platform is Yemen, because take a look at the border. It's massive, it's long, and open. And they're going to walk into Saudi Arabia. We have got people that don't know what's happening. We have leadership that doesn't understand the way the game is played. And when you talk about the names, we have a president that doesn't want to say radical Islamic terrorism. He doesn't want to say it. He doesn't want to say it. I mean, this weekend you had a hotel set on fire with many, many people killed. We don't even know how many people killed. And every day and every week something's happening. And I have friends who are great people. They're Muslims and they call me. Not all of them, but some of them. And they say, Donald, thank you. You've opened up a dialogue. There's hatred out there. There's unbelievable hatred. What you've done is a tremendous service. You've opened up a dialogue. We can't have this with our country. We have tremendous problems in our country between crime. We have our open borders. We have people pouring through like it's nothing. We have our anchor babies, which, by the way, I was right about. You don't need a new constitutional amendment. You don't need it. If a woman comes over and she's pregnant and she is on our land and she has the baby, we do not, and you've been brainwashed to think about this, we do not have to take care of that baby for the next 90 years. We don't have to do it. And the greatest legal scholars have said that. So, I mean, so many things have come out, so many things. And what's happened is the polls start coming, and then they do polls on who's best on ISIS, who's best on the military, who's best. And because I'm so strong on the border, as an example, our southern border, it's a mess. What's coming through is unbelievable. We have tremendous crime. We have tremendous drugs. We're losing our economy. Nobody does anything. I know the Border Patrol. I went to Laredo, Texas. These people are incredible. They're told, stand back, don't touch, these are these people that they called me, would you go? They want me to go there. I went there. I met with the Border Patrol. They're incredible people. They want to do their job. They can't do their job. They're told to stand back. Don't do the job. People are pouring across. You've seen the pictures with the trains where people are, they're pouring across the border. We're going to have a very, very strong and powerful border. We're going to bring back our country. We're going to build a wall. We're going to build a wall. And Mexico's going to pay for the wall. And the reason they're going to, and again, when these guys say, well, Mexico won't pay for the wall, they have no idea. They're not business people, they're politicians. Let me tell you, Mexico will pay for the wall because Mexico makes so much money with our country, against our country, with all of the money they take in. They will pay for the wall, and if they do, it's a great deal for them. We have a couple of wise guys up there. We have a couple of wise guys. Yeah, get them out of here. All right, get them out. Come on, security. Let's see how fast you can do it. Okay, are they out of here? Get them out. Oh, look at the cameras. The cameras are all turned up there. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Oh, they're so dishonest. So dishonest. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Protester. People are going to see how many people are here today. 15,000 turned away 5,000. Is that unbelievable? At least 5,000. Even your governor was here, a terrific woman, and she said, wow, I've never seen it. This is amazing. So it is amazing. It is amazing. It's amazing because we want to see good things happen for us again. We want to be smart. We want to be respected. We want to be the top of the heap. We're not anymore. China's economy is killing us. China's killing us. We have political hacks negotiating with China. We have political hacks negotiating with Vietnam, which is the new China, what they're doing to us, with Mexico beating us at the border, beating us at trade. Ford is moving to Mexico, a massive $2.5 billion plant. Nabisco, they make Oreos. I used to love Oreos. I don't like them anymore. They're moving their big plant. They're moving their big plant from Chicago into Mexico, okay? No good. It's no good. We don't want that. That's no good. That's no good. So, with all of these things that are happening, so Carl Icahn, great businessman, he endorsed me. Other businessmen all want to endorse me. I say, do me a favor, don't bother. Nobody knows who the hell you are, but I do. They're the greatest. We have the greatest negotiators in the world. We have the greatest business people in the world, the greatest. And let me tell you, when we put Carl and others that you have heard about and some you haven't, some are incredible and nobody ever heard of them, but I know them. When we put them in charge of trade, we're not losing $505 billion anymore, okay? We're not losing the kind. Think of it. We've lost millions and millions of jobs. We've lost 50,000 at least factories and manufacturing plants and areas to this craziness that's going on. We're going to bring our jobs back. We're going to bring our manufacturing back. Some of it's coming to Oklahoma. Some of it's coming to Michigan. It's coming all over. It's coming all over. I've seen areas in Iowa, like Newton, Iowa, so much. They've lost so much. And it's been taken out of the country, just taken out by people that don't have a clue. So, here's the story. Oh, looky, looky. Oh, looky. Oh, look what we have. You know, yeah, get them out of here. Thank you, officer. Don't we love our police? We love our police, right? We love our police. They go through a lot, let me tell you. They do an incredible job. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them. They do a really incredible job. Thank you, officer. That's good. You know, one of the first times we had a rally, we had a rough guy. This was a rough, tough guy. And he was screaming, he had a voice like Pavarotti. He sounded like Pavarotti and screaming. And then he started using his fists and punching. And these guys started taping it. And, oh, it looked terrible. And I was rough. I said, get him out of here. Get him out now. Get the hell, get him out of here. Okay. I got killed that next day. They said Trump was horrible. He was gruff. He was rough. One of the women said, he was gruff. Gruff. Here's another one. Is this, I love it. I love it. Okay, yeah, get him out. The next day, I was very soft. I was very meek. I said, oh, please remove him. I got killed in the press. They said, is Trump a weak sister or what? So you can't win. You can't win. I just want to tell you, just in closing, I want to say the following. We have a country that we're proud of and that we love and that we're not going to lose. Oklahoma is a special place. I'll be back again. I love it. I love it. I love the people. I love the people. We are going to win on health care. We are going to win for our vets. We are going to win with military. We're going to build it so big, so strong, so powerful. We're going to close up our borders, and people are going to come in. But they're going to come in legally. They're going to come in legally. We are going to win so much. We're going to have win after win after win. You people are going to get sick and tired of winning. You're going to say, please, please, President Trump, we can't take this much victory. Please stop. We don't want any more wins. And I'm going to say to you, we're going to win. I don't care what you say. We're going to make our country great again. We're going to win. We're going to win. And we're going to win. I love you, Oklahoma. What a great crowd. I love you. I love you. Thank you. We are going to win.
Very, very, very high energy there from Donald Trump. Clearly, whether we are a fan of his collaboration with Sarah Palin or not, clearly he is enthusiastic about it. Very uplifting and enthusiastic performance by him in Oklahoma. Another thing that I think is probably a relief to him is we have plenty of Donald Trump speeches on this channel. If you subscribe to our YouTube channel, you can see we've got a lot of Donald Trump speeches that are over an hour, and it's just him talking. At least with Sarah Palin on the campaign trail with him, he can minimize the amount of time he spends on stage talking, and I imagine that this is an exhausting venture, and that getting to spend a little less time on stage is probably a relief to him. So whether we are huge fans or not, it's news, so we're still covering it. Actually, I'm looking up at MSNBC right now and seeing that that they're discussing it. And it's probably a nice break for him. That's, half an hour or less that he needs to spend on the stage because there is a legitimate other star that people are there to see. So there's not so much pressure for him to be up there. And that's just a lot of energy that he's been putting into this campaign. I don't know if it's his... Taco Bell, that's Jessica talking about Taco Bell, and Joe talking about Del Taco. It's not necessarily... if you've watched it from the very beginning, watched his campaign from the very beginning, he was really outrageous at first, and he was very, very animated, and it does seem like he is toned down a bit. I don't know if it's because he's just tired, which I would be. I mean, we were going from one speech every few days to now we're doing multiple speeches a day. That's got to be physically exhausting. He's an older gentleman, certainly not a Bernie Sanders in that realm, but he is an older gentleman. He's the same age as Hillary. And, or if he's just toning it down because he really does think he's getting so close and he doesn't want to do anything to mess it up. But that was he was very excited there. I enjoyed that speech from him. I enjoyed what he gave us. Energy-wise, super fun. And let's change direction now and head on over to Bill Clinton. He's campaigning for his wife Hillary Clinton in New Hampshire. Used to be a friend of Donald Trump's, no more, as Donald and Hillary are going head-to-head in this 2016 presidential campaign. They are saying those are the two front runners, although different. We're hearing different between polls and pundits. A lot of different opinions on whether Donald Trump could beat Hillary Clinton. I think he could, but I don't think there is the amount of enthusiasm about Hillary Clinton as there was for Barack Obama. But what do I know? I'm just sitting in Phoenix, Arizona in a leather jacket and a headband with glitter on it. I know nothing. It's 8 o'clock at night, and this is what I do. So don't listen to me. I'm a nobody. But let's head over to New Hampshire and listen to Bill Clinton talking to an audience about why Hillary Clinton is what America needs.
About half the pay raise since the crash. About half the American people, after inflation, are living on the same or less than they were when I was president. That's 15 years. That's too long. And so people ought to be angry. The question is, how do you channel your anger? Now, the Republicans know that when people are emotionally bruised, they need the outlet of blame. And they're great blamers. They have blamed, depending on which one you're listening to, Mexicans, Muslims, the president. Somebody caught a cold in Indonesia yesterday. It's his fault. A lot of them think he was still born there. Don't forget Hillary. Yeah, I'm getting to that. And after years of working with Hillary and praising her to the heavens, she all of a sudden became the embodiment of all evil. Now I want to tell you something. Her best friends from childhood are going from Chicago to Iowa to canvass for her. Yes. Now, In a couple of days, 88 people at their own expense are coming from Arkansas to campaign here for her, and she hadn't lived there in 23 years. Now, so the Republicans can do what they do best. They distract, divide, and demonize. Leave no smear behind. But the people that know her best and have known her all her life, with those people in Arkansas, a lot of whom this is a real financial burden for them to haul all the way up here. They're doing it because they know her, they believe in her, and they know that everything she ever touched, she made better. She's the best change maker running. She's the best qualified person to be president running, to do the whole job. And people in New Hampshire will have a chance to talk to them and ask them why. Ask her why they're here, what they're doing. I get a text from one or the other of them all the time saying, no, we're up to 85. Now we're up to 87. Last night, our former governor and Senator David Pryor, who was the most popular politician in the state, said, we're up to 88. We're moving. Now, why am I telling you this? Because one qualification for a president is knowing how to stand your ground, and another is knowing when to find common ground. We have a Republican Senate and a Republican House. We might win the Senate back. I think we will if you nominate Hillary. I think we'll get the Senate back. But we might have 51 votes or 52, but it'll make a difference. And yeah, I think you will. All right. So there we are. So what are we going to do? It's interesting when I listen to the Republicans demonize her today. They're not dumb, those guys. They know what they're doing. So they're basically saying, would you please not nominate her? Please, we don't want to run against her. Don't do this. And they're smart. They're not all driven by money, but they are all driven by power. That's what they want. And so they put her through all this. They started raising Cain about Benghazi. First report was issued by a nonpartisan professional group that said there were security lapses, but she was not personally responsible. Here are 29 recommendations. Before she left the State Department, she started implementing them. First Republican committee to look into it said, that's right, she didn't do anything wrong, but we got to fix these things. That's essentially what happened when we lost 220-something Marines in Lebanon in 1983. The difference was Tip O'Neill, the then speaker, was a patriot who said, we're not playing politics with these people's lives, and even though we were hit 3 more times, wait a minute, even though we were hit 3 more times, the last time, long after the security measures were supposed to be implemented and hadn't been, the CIA station chief was kidnapped from a diplomatic compound and killed. Still, he allowed no politics. So when the first committee, chaired by a Republican, came out with the obvious truth, what did? They appointed a second one. Second one came up, appointed a third one. Third one said the same thing, appointed a fourth one. Fourth one said the same thing, appointed a fifth one. Sixth one said things, appointed a sixth one. One of them was headed by a man who's now retired, Mike Rogers, Republican from Michigan, the Intelligence Committee. They said, you don't understand. This is about the result, not what really happened. We want a result. So they appointed a special committee who kept her there for 11 hours. And I don't know what you thought. I thought she ate their lunch. But everybody, including a lot of our friends covering this event, treated this whole thing like it was legit, till the Senate, House Republican leader, Kevin McCarthy from California, actually committed the unpardonable sin in political theater. He told the truth. It was not a truth that they were unaware of, but they didn't have to talk about it till he said so. He said, well, because Fox News was giving him grief for not repealing health care. And he said, well, you know, what did you do last time? He said, our special Benghazi committee, look what it did to Hillary Clinton's numbers. But she kept on going. Now, all these people who now say she's the devil incarnate or whatever it is they say, blaming her for everything, they liked it fine when she was in the White House with me. 76% of them voted for the Children's Health Insurance Program that she worked with Senator Kennedy for. She worked with my most severe critic in the House, Tom DeLay, to change the adoption laws of this country that increased the adoption of kids from foster care into adoptive homes by 65%. They liked her fine when she was in the Senate, working with President Bush to get the whole $20 billion New York needed to take care of not only the physical losses, but the human losses. All the plastic surgeries that had to be done, all the injuries to the first responders. When Katrina hit, the Senate Republican leader then was Trent Lott of Mississippi. He said that she had done more for the victims of Katrina than any senator of either party outside the affected Gulf Coast states. She went with John McCain with a bunch of reluctant Republicans to look at climate change back when Senator McCain could say that it was real and well to do something about it. And listen to the Eskimos in Point Barrow, Alaska say their way of life was ending because their houses were sinking into the mud. She worked with Senator Lindsey Graham to get National Guardsmen in New Hampshire who were deployed to Afghanistan and Iraq the same health care that regular veterans did who were put in combat zones. It helped millions of people. When she was Secretary of State and she got those Iran sanctions, it got Russia and China to go along with them. Even I didn't think she could do that. They liked the sanctions. Even the people that didn't like the Iran deal liked the sanctions. And they know it never would have happened without the sanctions. And then the last thing that survives our attempts to have better relations with Russia under Mr. Putin is something called the New START Treaty. It makes nuclear war less likely. It makes this country safer. It required 67 votes in the Senate, and she got them after negotiating the treaty. Oh, I could give you lots of other examples. She took President Bush's best achievement, PEPFAR, which gives our money to fight AIDS, TB, and malaria around the world, and triple the number of lives we are saving simply by buying generic drugs that had been approved by the Food and Drug Administration. We went from no more money out of your pocket, we went from saving 1.7 million to 5.1 million lives a year. Now that's why when she left office, our approval rating as a nation was 20 points higher than it was when she took. She's a walking change maker. All these terrible things they say about her, let me ask you this. Is it possible that a woman could get out of Yale Law School in the early 70s when women were in a minority, and if you graduated from one of those famous law schools, you could write your ticket? She went to work for the Children's Defense Fund to find out why African American kids were being jailed with adults in South Carolina and why private schools were getting a tax break when they were nothing more than instruments to perpetuate segregation. And then when she came to Arkansas, she set up the first legal aid clinic we ever had where the university is. And then she imported a preschool program from Israel, no less, to help parents become their kids' first teacher. Before there was any mandatory kindergarten anywhere in America, before there was any preschool anywhere in America, before there was any standards in child care, she did this. It swept the country. There are now thousands of people over the last 30 years who started school better prepared to learn, who grew up and did better because she did that. She just made something happen. They don't have any idea that she's responsible for their getting into that preschool program. When we had to rewrite the school funding formula in Arkansas, I said, this is a good excuse. We'll raise taxes to equalize funding and raise teacher pay and raise the standards. An expert said they got the worst schools in America. She did the standards, had hearings, they were implemented. Then I came up here to New Hampshire running for president. And I said, one reason you ought to vote for me is education is really important. And 10 years ago, this expert said we had the worst schools in America. And now the same guy said we had one of the 2 most improved school systems in America. And she did that. She'd never been elected to anything. She is a walking change maker. And so in the Democratic primary, look where we are. We're fighting it out in Iowa. She's got a little lead that I think is solidifying and maybe growing a little bit. We're on a home field disadvantage here. But the real issue is who can win the election, who's prepared to do the job, who can make real change. And I thought the most interesting answers in the debates were when they both agreed on the issues, and they agree on most of these problems that we need to address. And they're both passionate and they're both good. I mean, let's just table that. But the last question was, is there anything we haven't discussed you think we should have? So they called on her first, and she said, yeah, I'm really upset about this lead in the water in Flint, Michigan. Yes. And, you know, she's worked with families and children all her life. She knows what it's like when these little babies come out and their heads are shrunken and their brains are shrunken, and it's horrible. So what did she do? She got in touch with the mayor, sent somebody on her staff to see him, said, tell me what I can do. And he said, well, they're only giving us 10% of the money we asked for, and we need it all. And the best thing you can do is to get publicity for that. Go on and do an interview. So she did. She said they need it all and explained why. They got it all. Now, when her opponent in the primary, when his turn came to speak, he obviously cared about it too. He was obviously just as outraged. And what he said was the governor should resign. And I don't know, maybe he should, but he's not going to. But the point is, her instinct is always, what can I do? And let me tell you, there'll be some great days for the next president if we elect the right one. There'll be the days when you, one more time, get a jobs program that will give the kind of economy you had when I was president, which will build on what the president has done, but raise incomes and create more jobs that pay above average wages. There'll be a great time when if we do what she wants and build on the Affordable Care Act, when we can say that everybody's insured and we finally got these drug prices down and we've got a hold of the way health care is paid for by getting people to pay for plans and performance, not by the procedure. I hope there'll be some great days in foreign policy, more breakthroughs in peace, more victories against terror. But there are all the other days. You got to elect a president who will make the most of all the other days. Because I can tell you one thing, there is never a day when you're in the Oval Office that you can't make something good happen for somebody. If you get up every day and push that rock up the hill, something good can happen for somebody on the worst day. And therefore, I think you ought to vote for the best change maker. And I'll give you an example. Because this is all in the public record, they debated health care. And her opponent said, well, I had this one plan for 20 years. I bagged it, and here right before the debate, here's a new plan. And I won't comment on the specifics of it because it's been well commented on by all kinds of progressive people all over the country who know something about it. So I don't want to get into the details. But here's the practical reality. If you want to make change, it's easier to go. We have 90% of the people insured for the first time in our history. the Republican governors are beginning to cave and accept Medicaid because it's a very good deal for them. And it's very hard to explain why their white working class base, the people that vote for them, are being deprived of the health care that people just next door have. So when that happens, we'll be at about 95%. It's easy to close the next 5%. So the only thing I want you to know is I think, based on my experience, it's a lot easier to go from 90 to 100 than from 0 to 100. Especially if what you propose to do, like every healthcare change, depends upon getting 60 votes in the Senate, a Republican Senate, where we didn't have a single vote to spare when we had a Democratic Senate. It passed by just 60 votes. And we couldn't even pass a public option then. So how are we going to get this? And what about the Republican House, where they voted almost 60 times to repeal this? It's a recipe for gridlock, and we can't afford it. You can't wait to put people back to work. We can't wait to get these jobs programs. We can't wait to try to pass equal pay and paid leave and do the things we have to do to grow and diversify the workforce. Look, Hillary thinks we have to do this together. If you want to reduce inequality and increase broadly shared prosperity, you got to deal with the social issues that are tearing us apart. And you have to deal with the economics. We Democrats believe Black Lives Matter. We're tired of seeing movies of police killings. We like the dreamers. We don't want to see Latino and Asian kids sent home. We want them to be able to get their education and contribute to the American economy. We know that the overwhelming majority of Muslims are good law-abiding Americans, and demonizing them is a really bad move because the battle now is going on over the social media inside the heads of 1 billion people. We have no chance to win that battle without the help of Muslim Americans. No chance at all. We are proud of the gains that the LGBT community has made, and we have no intention of turning our back on them. We are not going to allow Social Security to be privatized. We are not going to allow a lot of these things the Republicans want because we got to stay together. But we also know in our gut, no matter who they vote for, that the fact that white working class Americans have their life expectancy going down for the first time in over 100 years is a national travesty. And look, the proximate causes are more or less in order. First, the rampant epidemic of prescription drug and heroin abuse. And as all of you know in New Hampshire, it is sweeping across small town and rural America. I urge you to pick up a copy of the New York Times today. It's got a map of where we were on these problems in 2002 and where we are today. It is chilling. So that's the first cause. The second cause is alcoholism, increased alcoholism. And the third cause is suicide. And she was the first person, Hillary was, to call for more mental health facilities and more treatment. And to be fair, this is an area where we got a chance to make common cause with the Republicans because these drugs are killing Republicans as well as Democrats like wildfire. Okay, but even though those are the identifiable causes, the truth is that an awful lot of these people are dying of a broken heart because the American dream has been taken from them. And she is determined to give it back to them. And that's why she was the first person to say, look, I support the president's rule on clean air. We got to do something about climate change. We got to quit putting carbon in the air. But these coal miners didn't do anything wrong. All they did was get up and breathe all this stuff for years to turn our lights on and help us fight our wars. And their kids went off and served in the military. They didn't do anything wrong. Why are we not doing more for them to help them begin again? One big part of embracing change is investing in people and places that have been left out and left behind. The other night, The other night I was up in Claremont, and the city manager got up and endorsed Hillary. I didn't know they could endorse, but I was glad to have it. And we were in this beautiful renovated factory. And he said, I want to tell you exactly why I'm doing this. We've got to get the show on the road. And I'm just telling you, you can discount what I say, but you've been good to me. You've been good to our family. I trust you. And 3 weeks is an eternity in politics. In New Hampshire, it's an eternity. And that's all I ask you to do. You don't have to say anything bad about anybody. You just say, we can't afford gridlock. She's the best change maker and the only one prepared to do every aspect of the job from day one. We cannot risk losing this moment. And she's shown along the way that she can find common ground, but she proved in those 11 hours she could stand her ground, and you need both in a president. So that's what I want you to tell people. And when all these people haul themselves up here from Arkansas and start going door to door, I want you to ask the doubters whether there's any other person who could get those people to drive that far, many of them with very limited incomes, to come here for a person who hadn't lived in their state for 23 years, but they know her. Not the cardboard cartoon, not the demonized distortion. They know her. I am telling you, and you do too. So be of good cheer. This is always going to be a hot race because people are angry and they need the emotional outlet of someone to blame. And Hillary's opponents blame targets a heck of a lot better than Republicans. Wall Street bankers and some irresponsible billionaires are more responsible by far for what we're going through. But what about the ones that agree with us? I know as you notice this, I had to just say one last little thing. I shouldn't do it probably. But twice in the debate, he kind of gigged me. Said, you know, in the economic determinist world, we had 2 Treasury secretaries from Goldman Sachs, one Democrat and one Republican. Remember that? That was me. Now, and George W. Bush. Now, if you believe that we adopted the same policies with the same consequences for America and the world, I urge you, you're in the wrong headquarters. But if you compare the policies and the results, the only time in 50 years we've had broadly shared prosperity. The only time. Incomes went up across the board. Compared with President Reagan, who was the first trickle-down president, the bottom 20%'s earnings went up 30 times more when I was president. That's policy. They went down under the next 2 Republicans. Next 20% went up more than twice as much. The middle 20%, 70% more increase in incomes. The next 20%, 25% more. 80 to 95%, 10% more. The only people that did better were the top 5%. The incomes of the bottom 20% went up in percentage terms more than the incomes of the top 20% when I was president, and 100 times as many people moved out of poverty. That's right. So if you don't think there's any difference, then you got one choice. If you want to elect a change maker, you need to make Hillary the president. She will do a great job. Thank you.
Sorry, I was typing to you guys, and I'm a little late on tapping to take you to another video. What I was saying to you was we were joking about somebody in the chat room that was misbehaving, and they asked if I said, what did you ask? It was Billy asked if I said, strike her out. And I said, no, I said, get him out of here, get him out of here, take their goats, take their goats. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Next, we are going to watch Obama speak at the United Auto Workers GM Center in Detroit. A lot of times these are the first times I'm seeing these because I have the late shift. You get to spend your evenings with me in your pajamas. You're so lucky. I'm so lucky. So we are going to watch Obama talk at the United Auto Workers GM Center for Human Resources in Detroit. Let's see what he says. What if he's like, I love Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton? That would be weird. That'd be weird. Don't do that. Don't say that. Not appropriate.
Hello, Detroit. Oh, it's good to be back in Michigan. Even though it might be just a little cold here. But I'm from Chicago, so I'm used to it. A couple of people I want to start off by introducing. First of all, Detroit is coming back, and everybody deserves credit for that, but one person who deserves special credit for it is your mayor, Mike Duggan. He's doing an outstanding job. So we're very proud of him. You've got 4 outstanding members of Congress. Debbie Dingell, the Dean, John Conyers, Brenda Lawrence, Sandy Levin. We've got one of the finest congressmen who ever served and a great friend of Detroit. John Dingell is here. There he is. And a dear friend of mine, we drove over together, and I was just telling my team, when I was running for the United States Senate, not for president, when I was running for the United States Senate, and nobody knew who I was, and nobody could pronounce my name. The regional leader of the UAW in Illinois was a guy named Dennis Williams, and he was my friend and supporter before just about anybody else out there, and then when I ran for president, by that time we'd made some great friends in the UAW, and so I just want to say how proud I am to call him a friend. Your UAW president, Dennis Williams. And give it up for Cindy for that outstanding introduction. That's your mom? That's her. Are you proud of your mom? I'm very proud of her. Oh, look at me. Well, you're like out of a TV show. Huh? What are you, like a child actor or something? Look at him. He's all handsome, all, yeah. All right, Cindy is a pretty impressive young man. I want to pick up briefly on something that Cindy said, and that is just to talk for a second about what's happening in Flint. You know, I am very proud of what I've done as president, but the only job that's more important to me is the job of father. And I know that if I was a parent up there, I would be beside myself that my kid's health could be at risk. And that's why over the weekend I declared a federal emergency in Flint to send more resources on top of the assistance that we've already put on the ground. We've designated a federal coordinator to make sure the people of Flint get what they need from their country. Yesterday, I met with Mayor Weaver in the White House in the Oval Office. And I told her that we are going to have her back and all the people of Flint's back as they work their way through this terrible tragedy. It is a reminder of why you can't shortchange basic services that we provide to our people and that we together provide as a government to make sure that public health and safety is preserved. But I have come to Detroit for another reason as well. I already drive in a great American car, which we affectionately know as the Beast. Next year, I've got to give it up. I'm saying goodbye to the Beast. So I figured that I needed to do a little browsing now at the Detroit Auto Show. I know they've got auto shows in Paris and Frankfurt and Tokyo, but there's only one Motor City. There's only one Detroit. And if you're looking for the world's best cars and the workers who make those cars, you need to be in Detroit, Michigan. That's why I'm here. It says GT6, CT6. All right. Well, I'm looking at all of them now. All right, I got the idea. I'm not going to tell y'all what I'm buying now. Now, I will say the Cherokee was my first new car I ever bought. Somebody was asking me. I didn't get a new car till I was like 32. I always had an old beat up, hooped it. But my first brand new car with a brand new car smell was a Jeep Cherokee. And I thought I was a bad man once I was in that car. I was all up high looking at the road. Man. I could not be prouder of this industry and the road that we've traveled together. And I'm proud of each and every one of you. Think about what you've fought through. It wasn't that long ago that a crisis that started on Wall Street sparked a great recession on Main Street, and it cost millions of Americans their jobs, their homes, the savings that they had worked a lifetime to build. Nearly 1 in 5 auto workers got a pink slip, laid off from a job in an iconic industry that had been a ticket to the middle class for generations. And across the Midwest, plants closed with little hope of reopening. So the American auto industry, the beating heart of American manufacturing, was flatlining. That's where we were when I took office 7 years ago today. The year before I took office, the auto industry had laid off 400,000 people. 400,000. And we had a choice to make. With the economy in a free fall, the market's frozen, there were no private companies, there were no private investors who were going to step up and take a chance on you. So we could have kept on handing over billions of taxpayer dollars to automakers, but things didn't change and it just got worse. That would have just kicked the can down the road. Or we could have done nothing, thrown in the towel, walked away from this industry entirely, and a lot of folks suggested we do that. They deny it later, but that's what they said at the time. Think about what that would have meant for America. GM and Chrysler would not exist today. Suppliers and distributors that get their business from those companies would have died off. And when that happened, Ford could have gone down too, because those supplier chains are vital to all three industries, or all three companies. Production stopped, factories shuttered, proud companies chopped up, sold off for scraps, and all of you, the men and women who build these companies with your hands, would have been hung out to dry. More than 1 million Americans would have lost their jobs at the worst possible time. Not just auto workers, but the people and communities that depend on you, the teachers who teach your kids, the small business owners who know your name, their livelihoods were at stake as well. And so we decided we're not going to let that happen. And we came up with another option. In exchange for help, we demanded responsibility. We said that the auto industry would have to truly change, not just pretend like it was changing. The industry retooled, it restructured. Management and labor got together to settle your differences. Everybody put some skin in the game. Everybody sacrificed for the sake and survival of this industry. And it wasn't popular. It wasn't even popular in Detroit. It wasn't even popular in Michigan. But I said at the time, I didn't run for president to be popular. I ran for president to do what needed to be done. And I placed my bet on you. And after visiting auto plants across the Midwest and seeing what you have done firsthand, let me tell you, I'd make that same bet any day of the week, because today factories are humming, business is booming, the American auto industry is all the way back. All the way back. 7 years ago, auto sales hit a 27-year low. Last year, they hit an all-time high. Across the country, workers who thought that they'd never make another car again can't make them fast enough. You guys see it. New shifts are coming on. Big three are starting to boost wages. Since our plan kicked in, the American auto industry has added more than 640,000 new jobs. And because everybody came together and everybody worked together, not only are you producing more cars, but they're some of the most high-tech, most fuel-efficient, best-looking cars in the world. They're designed and engineered and forged and built right here in the United States of America. And because the auto industry came back, that obviously gave the capacity for Detroit to start coming back. So you've now cut the city's unemployment rate by more than half. Folks aren't writing off Detroit anymore. Starting 5 years ago, I sent some of my top people across the federal government to help City Hall and ordinary citizens to spark that comeback here in Motor City. So today you've got buses that are running again, streets that are well lit again, new homes and businesses getting off the ground again. There's still plenty of work to do, but you can feel the difference. You can feel something special happening in Detroit. You know, I stopped by a restaurant to have lunch with the mayor, a good friend of mine, Tom, who's started Shinola here, and one of your outstanding auto workers, and an emergency room doctor. What was that restaurant's name? The Jolly Pumpkin. That was tasty stuff. And then I went over to Shinola, and now I already had this Shinola watch. That's a good-looking watch. Made right here. And for you who don't know the story of Shinola and how it started a factory here in Detroit and hiring folks who had never been involved in manufacturing before, and now it's got over 500 employees, and it's shipping these spiffy-looking watches and bicycles and belts and wallets and purses, and there's some good-looking stuff. And the people who work there, we were talking about how there was a woman who was homeless, got a job there as a janitor, is now the supervisor of one of the assembly processes over there to make the watches. Completely turned her life around. Well, that's the story of Detroit when you give people a chance. When you have confidence in what we can do together. And so what's true of Detroit is true of the country. And that's part of the reason I came here. I'm shopping for a car, but right now, I want people to remember how far we've come. And I'm not running for office again. The reason I want to remind people is not because I'm on the ticket, it's because I want America to have confidence in where we can go. I talked about this in the State of the Union address. 7 years ago, we put in place new plans to help hardworking families get back on their feet. We put folks back to work rebuilding roads and bridges. We passed big new middle-class tax cuts. We asked the wealthiest Americans who were doing fine even through the recession to pay a little bit more. We pay their fair share. We rethought our health care system. We reinvented our energy sector. We put in place the toughest Wall Street reforms in history. And today, businesses like this one have added more than 14 million new jobs. This has been the longest streak of job creation in our history. In our history. The United States of America right now has the strongest, most durable economy in the world. We're doing so much better than other folks are doing. The American economy right now is 10% bigger than it was at its peak before the financial crisis. In Europe, it hasn't gotten back to where it was back in 2007, 2008. We've added more jobs than almost all the other advanced countries combined during this period. So when you hear people, I won't say who, but when you hear people claiming that America's in decline, they don't know what they're talking about. They're peddling fiction during a political season. And it's strange to watch people try to outdo each other in saying how bad things are. When one says our economy is terrible, the next says it's terrible and on fire and covered in bees, and they'll just come up with stuff. They're racing to see who can talk down America the most. But remember, and this is why I want everybody to remember, these are the same folks who would have let this industry go under. These are some of the same folks who back in Washington called our plan to save the auto industry the road to socialism. Said it was going to be a disaster. Said they'll run it into the ground. Those are quotes, by the way. I'm not making that up. Look it up. And so when I hear today some of these folks running for president who can't bring themselves to admit what you guys have accomplished, I don't want you to take that seriously. Because when you ignore the progress we've made, then you're not going to make good choices about where we need to go in the future. If they're still trying to spin a tale that the auto rescue was a bad idea, the same folks who predicted that you'd fail, they had other predictions about policies too. They predicted gas prices would hit $6.50 a gallon. I don't know what y'all paying right now, but it ain't no $6.50. In most places, it's $2 or less. On the way here, we saw gas for less than $2. But that's what they said. It's going to be $6.50. Then they predicted all the deficits are going to go way, way up. We cut our deficits by almost 3/4. They've been below average for the past 40 years. They said we'll get unemployment to 6% by 2016. Well, we got it down to 5%, about a year ahead of schedule, their schedule. This is the crowd that was dead set against betting on you and your hard work and your professionalism and your skills. They've somehow still convinced themselves that cutting taxes for folks at the very top is going to help you succeed. I think there's a better plan. By the way, they said when we raised taxes on the folks at the very top who had been doing great They said, oh, well, that's going to kill jobs. And guess what? 70 months straight of job creation now. Just like they said when Obamacare passed, oh, that's going to be terrible. 18 million people with health insurance who didn't have it before. So now, this is not to make an argument for complacency. I'm not suggesting we should be satisfied where we are. Because what is true is the economy has been changing in profound ways for the last 20, 30 years. You've all seen it. Technology has made it easier to replace jobs on the assembly line. That's been going on for a long time. Any job where work can be automated is in danger of being replaced. The attacks on unions have been going on for a long time. And when union participation is down, workers have less leverage to get a raise. You know, the fact that companies can move because of increased technology means more global competition. And all these trends have squeezed workers, even when they've got jobs, even when the economy is growing, which means that a lot of Americans sometimes feel anxious. And that tells us we've got more work to do. But as I said at the State of the Union, if we're going to solve those problems for working families and middle-class families, for your neighbors, for your friends, for your kids, your grandkids, then we've got to have smart answers, not just a bunch of fantasies that end up helping the folks who don't need help. In this economy, we've got to make sure that everybody who works hard has a chance at opportunity and security. And real opportunity in this new economy means every American's got to get the education and training they need to land a good paying job. You know, I know that any of your fathers or grandfathers who worked in an auto plant, they wouldn't recognize a plant today. It's just entirely different. And you've got to know computers, and you've got to have skills that didn't even exist a generation ago. So that means that we've got to really make sure our kids are properly trained. And the good news is last year our high school graduation rate reached another all-time high. And we've got to build on that progress with early childhood education for every child that needs it so they get a good start, and computer and math classes to make kids job ready in this new economy. And we should recruit and support and pay properly great teachers for our kids. We've got to make college affordable for every American, and college doesn't mean necessarily a four-year degree. It might mean a community college. It might mean a technical school, but you're going to need more than just high school, which is why I've laid out a plan to provide 2 years of community college at no cost for every responsible student. I'm going to fight to get that done, to get that moving this year. Then we've got to think about real security. Now, this is a union facility, so you know the importance of secure health benefits and secure retirement benefits. But not everybody in this new economy has that. So real security in this new economy, in addition to encouraging workers to join together so they have a voice and some leverage, also means, you know, benefits and protections you can count on. When Social Security and Medicare are more than important than ever, we shouldn't weaken Social Security and Medicare. We should strengthen Social Security and Medicare. For Americans that are short of retirement, benefits should be mobile, like everything else. That's what we did with the Affordable Care Act. The idea with the Affordable Care Act was not to replace employer-based care, but it was to say if you lost your job, as some of you did, and you tried to buy it on Cobra, and it was so expensive you couldn't even think about it, or if you decided you wanted to go back to school for more training, or let's say you decided you wanted to start a new business, you had a chance to still get some coverage at a reasonable price and good quality. And as I said, 18 million people have gained coverage so far. So now we should make sure that when folks lose their job, the system works for them. For example, they should be able to get unemployment insurance that encourages retraining for a business that's ready to hire. And if a new job doesn't pay as much, there should be a system of wage insurance in place so that folks, if they take a job with the hope of retraining and ultimately getting a better job, in the meantime, they can still pay their bills. And if you take a part-time job or a temporary job before you find that full-time job, you'd have some insurance, some cushion. And when folks are going from job to job, they should still be able to save for retirement and take their savings with them. See, all that would make this new economy work better for everybody. Even as we work to secure real opportunity and security for working families, we've also got to make sure that the system's not rigged against working families. Now, GM, Ford, Chrysler, those are all great companies. Shinola's a great company. I believe in private enterprise. I believe in the incredible dynamism of the American economy, and that's business. And America's business is business. We love business. But after years of corporate profits, we also have to make sure that business is sharing what it makes with the workers who make it. And that's the American way. I mean, Henry Ford used to talk about, I got to pay my workers enough so they can buy my cars. That's good for business. And so, working families are not going to get more opportunity or bigger paychecks by letting big banks or big oil or hedge funds write their own rules and do whatever they want. You're not helping middle-class families by allowing a tax on collective bargaining to go unanswered. And I'm not going to back down on my belief that we've got to have strong rules to protect the air that our kids breathe and the water that they drink. It is more important than ever. And by the way, I should just point out that the auto industry here in the United States has figured out that we can make more fuel-efficient cars that reduce the carbon pollution that's causing climate change and make a profit and put more people to work. There's no contradiction between creating jobs and economic growth and caring for the environment. And in this new economy, workers and parents and startups and small businesses, they need more of a voice, not less. So this year I'm going to lift up some of the businesses who figured this out. What it means to do right by your workers and the fact that that's good for your bottom line. A lot of our best corporate citizens are also our most creative and our most innovative. And in this new economy, it's that spirit of creativity and innovation that we need more than ever. We've got to be thinking about the future, not just the past. And that's what you're doing here in Detroit. You're not just making cars that people want today, you're thinking about cars that people are going to want tomorrow. When I was over at the auto show, I saw plug-in hybrids and electrics and fuel-efficient cars that can protect our planet, save people money at the pump. You're working on self-driving cars that one day could prevent accidents and save lives. This year, my administration is going to take steps to get more of those cars on the road. Right here at GM and UAW, we're teaming up to train American workers for the good-paying jobs of the future. That's the kind of spirit that's going to lead us forward, that says we're all in it together. We've all got a stake in each other's success. It doesn't always get a lot of attention, but all across this country, if you just look for it, all kinds of good things are happening. And all the division and yelling and rudeness and controversy that gets spun up and manufactured, that's not who we are. That's not how we live on a day-to-day basis. You know, at your workplace, everybody's on the same team trying to get the job done. You might have a disagreement, you try to figure it out. You don't start shouting. You don't start saying, well, I like those kind of people, but not those kind of folk. And by the way, the UAW, part of the reason it succeeded was it was one of the first unions to realize that we're all in this together and didn't divide people up. You look at the history of the UAW. You look at the history of the UAW. It was one of the first unions to say, no, we're going to take everybody. If you're working hard, if you're doing the right thing, trying to raise your family, we're going to be better off if we're hand in hand trying to make sure workers get a fair deal. Even if we don't look like each other. Even if we don't all worship at the same place. That's what built the UAW. That's what built America. That's what built America. But I see it all across the country. I see it in the Leathers family from Sterling Heights. So Steve Leathers, just want to tell a quick story here, works for a company called Empire Wire and Supply. And during the crisis, they had to lay off nearly 20% of their workers. So Steve's friends were losing their jobs. His neighbors were losing their homes. So one night he tells his wife, if things didn't get better, they might have to leave too. Steve didn't know it at the time, but his 13-year-old daughter, Brianna, heard what he said. Because I've discovered kids hear everything. So y'all got to watch what you say around your kids. They'll repeat it back to you, sometimes 10 years later. So without telling her dad, Brianna sat down and she wrote me a letter, 13 years old. She said, "Dear President Obama, I am 13 years old, and I am worried about my family's future in Michigan. My dad," she wrote, "works for a company that manufactures cables for the automotive companies. This industry isn't doing so well, but these guys are still doing okay." So Brianna's here today. Where's Brianna? Wave, there you are, right there. She's older now. So Brianna's 13 years old now, or she's 19 years old now. This was 6 years ago. She's a young lady. She's working her way through Macomb Community College. Her twin brother, Brendan, is that
So we're
Brendan
using
right
the power of social.
He's at Oakland University, half hour away. Dad is still in Michigan.
Joins
That's
us
Dad.
early with a little bit more on this. This is a story
But
not
today-
on the field, but it's interesting.
Think about the numbers.
Steve's
You know, we're talking
future
touchdowns
is
and
very different.
passing
But before the
percentages.
crisis, Steve's
Social
company had
media
about 110 employees.
up 300%.
Today they've got nearly 200. And Brianna says, she's looking back and she says, I remember a lot of people getting laid off. They all have jobs now. Steve remembers what it was like back then. There was a panic. Now he says, I'm 110% confident we're going in the right direction. Now, Steve and his family, they're just one example, but those stories are multiplying all across the country. We don't hear a lot about them. They don't get on TV. You won't always read about them in the newspapers. Sometimes we take it for granted. But I remember, and I read Brianna's letters, and that's why I've got so much confidence in the future. Because of you. I know that we've got young students like Brianna and Brendan. I know we've got workers like Steve who've proven that we're tougher than any kind of times that we might face. I'm confident because every one of you who clock in every day and work as hard as you can, not just for your own sake, but for the sake of this industry and for the sake of the country, and because you take pride in what you do. And when you see that car rolling down the highway and you know, hey, I built that thing, And you know it's a great product. And it gives you a sense of being part of something bigger. That makes me confident about the future. I'm hopeful about our future because every single American that I've met who never stopped believing that the people who love this country can change it for the better, you are what makes America great. And I want you to know that I have faith in you. And when I leave this office, I'll still have faith in you. And every day that I have the privilege of holding this office, I'm going to have faith in you. And we're going to work side by side to make sure more folks got jobs and more folks got better wages and benefits and more people have the ability to join a union when they want to and more people are able to start businesses and more people have health benefits and more companies are thriving and this country is going to keep on moving forward and I know it's going to happen because of you. Thank you, Detroit. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
And hey, that's a wrap on our Fox 10 News Now late night show. I took my fake eyelashes off. They were killing me, so please don't look at my face. And I changed my hair. I stayed here 11 past the hour so you could finish up that Obama speech out of Detroit. I'm going to head home now, and I will see you tomorrow. We are Fox 10 News Now, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday. You'll see Samia Khan early in the a.m., and I'm going to go get in the fetal position with my dogs and snooze. Have a good night.